So then there's our A Group British Championship then for this round 7 at Teesside draws to a close. We're waiting then for our Superpole to commence. Track conditions then pretty changeable at the minute, Danielle.
Yeah, we did have a quick shower before the A Group went out for their qualifying session, so there was a little bit of umming and ahhing about tyre choices beforehand, but I think that solidified the fact that they would be going out on wets. A lot of the riders were concerned about how wet the track was over the far side on the opposite side towards the dirt, so I think a lot of the A riders were asking those novice and clubmen that had already been out before them what track conditions were like. Looks like we've got a couple of minutes left to go on this A Group qualifying. So on screen we've got our standings for the Novice Championship so far. We've got Luca Jennings there in first place with quite a sizable lead over Rick Owen. And then next is Duncan Wright, Sean Jones and Luke Hutchinson. All these riders in their first season. And a lot of them, like you said, making their way into the B Group.
Yeah, Luca Jennings having a big off yesterday, but out there today. Our clubman then, Oliver Holmes, Chris Walker, Ian Bremner, your top three in that from Jack Nation and Paul Groom. So Jack Nation, again, one of our young riders making his way through, just on 20 years old, so looking to make a name for himself.
But this is the championship that we're all keeping a very close eye on. We've currently got the number 7 of Jamie Duncan leading the British Championship, followed closely by Richard Sharp and then Chris Hodgson, our 17 times British Supermoto champion. And then we have the number 54 of Richard Blakeman, and then Dean Hillier sat there in a really, really great 5th position for him.
So yeah, so we're expecting some good action as the on-track action that we're seeing at the minute, then just the final knockings of our qualifying session, in which we'll run through into our Superpole. Currently fastest is the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. Richard Blakeman jumps to 2nd position. Jay Smith there in 3rd. Andy Mitchell 4th, and 5th Jamie Duncan. So that at the moment they're the 5 guys that will be out on track for our Superpole session at the conclusion of this this practice session, or this qualifying session. And as you said, Danielle, the track conditions very, very changeable. We were very fortunate yesterday to have what would be considered the world's most overcast day, but never raining. But it looks like this morning we're just getting enough moisture to not let the track dry out at all. Hopefully we were expecting a little bit of sun later on, and that will obviously make big differences to tyre choices for the races later on. The off-road section that unfortunately we weren't allowed to run because of weather last time we were here early in the season is in absolutely prime condition. A massive amount of work has gone into that, and thanks to all the guys that made that possible. Chris Walker from Tripz.uk, our series sponsor, provided machinery free of charge for that, and some labour from his company. And then Dean Hillier, who's out on track at the moment, Farron Young, and a host of other people put a lot of work in to make that off-road what it is. And I'm sure that when we start seeing pictures from it later on in the event, that you can see that it's certainly one of the best off-road sections that we've now got in the UK.
Absolutely. It rode really, really well yesterday, as I'm sure you'll agree, Phil. So it was great that you got out there yesterday and you could see firsthand the tracks that these guys and myself have been riding all year. They spent time even yesterday during the racing sort of just amending and tweaking little bits here and there, just so that the track wasn't only just rideable but raceable, giving people options and lines to be able to make passes.
And this is one of the bits in question. We ran the opposite way round yesterday, but the inside line there, allowing riders to go inside. There's an outside line as well, so you don't need to follow. That's a much nicer jump up the hill than it was down the hill. I never really got that right all day yesterday, but this was where I was making my time. See the rider there running around the outside, having a fire. That's the 33 Humber Garage Honda of Jay Smith. We followed up there, looks like Richard Sharp. But yeah, so this was really the only bit that I was a little bit concerned about when I track walked this morning, that this uphill jump section onto the top was quite wet and damp and for want of a better word, snotty. But again, they were out there first thing this morning. Dean Hillier then on the machine with Farron Young with a pickup, getting some gravel and stuff up onto the top. And the top end of that circuit, then certainly as good as it's ever been. So at conclusion of the qualifying, so our 5 riders then to go through to the Superpole session will be the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. He's just put in a time of 1 minute 38.689.
That's a 1:37.487
I'm
for
looking
Chris
at last
Hodgson.
lap. Yeah, I stand the other end of the screen. Jay Smith then he comes home in second position. He's at 1.2 adrift of Chris Hodgson. Richard Blakeman then third position, just 0.7 adrift of Jay Smith. Then it's the number 4 of David Pearce. Now David Pearce, a rider that I'm not familiar with, but apparently he's the Isle of Man champion, and he's over here. I believe that was he at Oliver's Mount. I did hear somebody saying in the paddock that it wasn't his first time with us, but certainly not somebody I'm familiar with. He jumped to an excellent 4th position, and so good to see him out there on it looks like a DCR Husqvarna that is mount for this weekend.
So he's on I know it's a Husqvarna. I did see some Supermoto UK stickers on there. But yeah, I think he's currently the Isle of Man champion, and he's also just broken their track record over at Derby. So we'll try to get a little bit more information on David Pearce. I think he's done rounds with us previously, but I don't think he was at Oliver's Mount. And then in 5th, we have the number 34 of Ian Bremner. So great ride from him in qualifying to get that final position in Superpole.
So he's pipped out just at the tail end there. Andy Mitchell, who was sitting in 5th position right to the death. Dean Hillier also managing to leap past the Bathmate team Husqvarna rider, KTM rider Andy Mitchell. So it will be Bremner then that will be the first rider out on track in this Superpole session, as our pit lane camera then just looking at the Automotive Solutions bike. I'm assuming that is Alex Mullaney.
So I think we're going to have a look at some of the rider profiles from our Bathmate team. So I saw you mentioned Andy Mitchell. So here he is. He's in the elites and over 45, along with Richard Sharp, and then team boss John Oakes. And then we also have Harley Sharp. So he's put in a really good qualifying. I think he went out in the Bs in that one. I think it's also worth mentioning that there's quite a few big hitters that have not made into Superpole. Yes,
yeah, quite a few. No Richard Sharp. He had problems this morning with his bike. Couldn't get it to fire up properly. They were looking for a few bits and bobs to try and get that bike sorted out, air pressure sensors and all sorts of stuff. So
it looks like we had Chris Hodgson there on the number 10 of Paul Reynolds' bike.
Is that no? That doesn't. Does that look like Chris?
Yeah, that's Chris Hodgson.
Or is this just in the pit lane?
He's in pit lane, but he is sat on what? Well, the number board says 10 Pekka. So
okay, so maybe that is. So we're waiting then just for our Superpole guys. There's the Humber Garage Racing Honda rider Jay Smith. Thumbs up from Jay. He's had a bit of a torrid season, a wrist break a few weeks ago, practicing motocross and ended up on the floor with a hand injury, which has really stymied his championship here. So Superpole then, our 5 top qualifiers will be out in reverse order onto the track as soon as we get everybody lined up. Richard Blakeman there, just having a look, getting some times from our live timing. You can follow our live timing on MyLapse Speed Hive if you want to log on to the app. You can follow all of this action live on your phone. This is what we use for all of our stuff here in comms. We've got all of that action going on our screens, and you can log in and use that all too. So here is then Ian Bremner, the man from Kirkintilloch up in Glasgow. This is the off-road section. And I said this was really nice yesterday. Down the hill. This is going to be one of the action things. You can see a lot of the dirt there. He runs wide onto the clean tarmac. He's going to square this off, get himself a nice run onto the straight, and try not to light the rear up as he comes across the line. So here he comes then. The 34 of Ian Bremner, the first of our Superpole guys. He's been a surprise to me this year, been chipping away. And now I think I said to him at round 6, it's no longer a surprise when you're in the top 10. It's what we expect of you these days, and he's been pretty good value for money all season. And the fact that I'm not sure this may be his first Superpole. We'll have to find that out.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. He rode really, really well from Rowra onwards, really. I think since getting on that new Husky, he's sort of clicked with it. The team have got a really good setup, so that racing cruising team have got that bike handling really, really well. So it's doing just what he wants it to do at the moment. And with all this off-road, I'm sure it'll be suiting him a lot like Crail.
Yeah, we've got a nice camera down that back stretch. Richard Blakeman saying that on his GPS they were touching 92 miles an hour down there yesterday in the opposite direction. This bit of the track really tricky, really slippy yesterday. Even in the dry with the drag on, we come into the off-road. There's a step-up jump here that will pitch you up onto the top. He's gone to the outside berm, almost goes over the top. Bit of leg swag there, clears that downhill tabletop almost, and then he's going to drop into the inside line, tight round the berm. And then we've added this loose shale here to give us some grip up over onto the tabletop. Again, just got to make sure that you don't over jump that. I think in the dry, it might be possible to double that into the corner, but getting it stopped down into this final tricky hairpin. And Bremner is going to be the first man over the line to set a time.
So Ian Bremner has done a 1 minute 38.305. We've already got the number 4 of David Pearce out on track, so we'll see if our cameras can just pick him up as he prepares for his hot lap.
So Pearce then already down the far end of the back straight. All fast action here, we just need to get these guys away. So Pearce then comes into the off-road. And yeah, he looked really solid performer yesterday. Obviously knows what he's doing. And the fact that he's made Superpole, oh, nice big long send down there, down into the bottom. Everybody out on wets, but plenty of grip to be had. As the DCR Husqvarna, he takes the outside line round the top here. I was thinking that was going to be the line that everybody would have to take because of the grip levels on the inside. But everybody able to use both lines off the top of that off-road section, and Pearce then tries to hug it close so he doesn't spin up on the way out. Let's see if he's gone better than Bremner. It doesn't look like he has, as we cut to Richard Blakeman now. So Blakeman then through the hairpin, and this is so tentative. Richard had some great lines through here yesterday, made some brilliant passes. This is the uphill step, so send up the uphill step. Doesn't look far, but if you get that wrong, you're clattering right into the face of that uphill.
Yep. Richard, an ex-motocross rider, so we'll be feeling really at home across this dirt section. There was some great footage of them yesterday going through this off-road, but again, up this step up and then onto this top section, taking the inside line as he heads back down the hill towards this quite slippy bit where all that dirt's collecting on the tarmac. And we'll see as he comes round, try not lose that rear end as it spins up, keeping it really nice and under control there. So we'll wait for our timing to update. Done.
As we go to Jay Smith then.
So Blakeman has not managed to improve. He's done a 1 minute 39.769. So currently the number 34 of Ian Bremner is currently still our pole sitter.
If you remember back to the last time we were here at Teesside, we had a surprise pole sitter in the form of Ollie Pope on the KTM. So are we going to get a repeat? As Jay Smith then, nice wide line into there. Like that, he looked a lot faster there. Didn't get sucked into the corner too early. Went out to the outside where all the grip is. Gets himself lined up onto that newly added piece of concrete. Up the step. He goes to the inside here. So a little bit slippier. But it's a shorter route. And obviously there's passes going to be done there. Beautifully down the tabletop. Nobody taking that outside line with the two braking bumps on the way in. But I'm sure during the racing that's going to be an opportunity as people queue up on that inside line. So Smith then down off the off-road. Again, this is such an easy place to tumble. Cuts it tight so he can then cut tight onto the straight, onto the grippy tarmac. And here he comes on the Humber Garage Racing Honda. Let's see what time he's done. And Smith goes top then with a 1:37.7. So bests the Bremner by 0.6. And it is Chris Hodgson then, as you quite rightly pointed out. He's out there on well, he's had problems with his own bike. He goes to the outside line. It's fair to say Chris has run training schools here, and he's helped develop this off-road section at this Teesside facility. So we are expecting big things from Hodgie. He comes across the line then. And no, he doesn't. So Jay Smith then will sit on pole for the first race here at round 7 of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship. This round sponsored by Bathmate. So Jay Smith then, our pole position man. The Londoner, he's had a tough year this year, but he's nailed it. 0.6 of a second advantage from Ian Bremner. Third position then, David Pearce. Hodgson will be 4th, and Richard Blakeman then, he was a couple of seconds off the pace. Obviously didn't find the grip where he was expecting to. And he will line up in 5th position for our first race of the day in our A Championship class race. So the next on-track action that we will see will be our Academy class. And they've given us some great racing so far over the weekend. They will be running the full circuit, so we're looking forward to seeing those guys and girls out on track shortly. And
I, for one, can't wait to watch the Academy. Definitely one of my favourite races.
Yeah. So that's the conclusion then, Superpole. Jay Smith then taking a well-deserved pole position. We will be back shortly with our Supermoto Academy Race 1.
Confirming we can stand down from our place for a bit. Just confirming we can stand down from our place for a bit. Good. Ollie going up comms. Can I be doing anything with this crap? I can keep clicking on and off every time. It's not much use to you guys, I'm guessing. Yeah, fair. Flicking the power switch in distro off, waiting 5-10 seconds, then going back on again. I have to give it a second. Something needs to reset the strategy.
So here we are then for our Academy Race 1 here at Teesside Autodrome, round 7 of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship. A famous transporter bridge in the background there that identifies where we are. Championship leader then, Archie Ormrod, currently has a 47-point lead over Charlie Cunningham, with Lily Rhodes sat there in 3rd. Isabel Wingate in 4th, Jordan Thomas 5th, Liam Pearson 6th, Max Rhodes in 7th, Jackson Bennett 8th, Archie Reynolds 9th, and Blake Wilson 10th. Our fastest qualifier this morning was Archie Reynolds, I believe. Looking at our live timing, our notes will confirm that as we wait for the riders to come to the grid. Conditions then changeable this morning, and been very much a little bit of a mishmatch. So we've got Archie Reynolds, Isabel Wingate, Archie Ormrod and Jackson Bennett on the front row. Row 2 will be Liam Pearson, Max Rhodes, and then we've got Rip Jennings, and then Ruby Booth, Leon Tall, Cole Reynolds and Charlie Smith. I'll say track has been really, really changeable. Charlie Cunningham, then our final qualifier, he must have had a bit of a mare this morning, because he's usually a guy that's there up at the front. We would expect him to be better than that. But conditions were very, very changeable. And in fairness to Charlie, he's more of a road racery guy anyway, as we watch then our...
Yep, Charlie had a really good ride yesterday. I think he took 3 out of 3 wins in his class.
Yes.
So, great day for him yesterday. But they weren't using the off-road, so... A lot of the time, especially with this amount of off-road and these smaller wheels, it can favour the riders that have come from more of a motocross background. So you can see Charlie there with that white helmet as he heads up the off-road.
He also is, I believe, still on 65.
So, from what I've heard and seen, I think his dad has been prototyping putting a KTM 85 engine in a KTM 65cc frame.
It's very difficult to do.
I think they've gone and done it.
Oh, right, okay, well, that's cool, because obviously he is quite a small guy.
Yeah, and it works out a lot lighter for him. So I wonder if we can get a little bit of a close-up of Charlie's bike. We can see the modifications maybe to the frame. And
there is the 79 then of Jackson Bennett. He was, again, he's another rider that we've seen come through the ranks, and he's got a front row start for this one. The 197 there, Rip Jennings, he's back at racing, he's had a bit of a break. There's Lily and Max Rhodes on the centre of row 2. As the rest of the riders then come to the grid. The 86 of Ruby Booth.
Looks like just in the background there, Charlie Smith just having a little bit of a wobble on the start, just not getting his feet. I think someone's got to go give him a hand.
So Ruby, I'm used to seeing her on a 150 or on a small wheel pit bike type of thing. Is this something new that she's doing? Because she's not usually on an 85, if I remember rightly.
So I've seen her on 85 a couple of times. But yeah, I have definitely seen her on the pit bike style bikes. So
away they go then. The lights change and they come down to the first turn, and it is going to be the number 40, it looks like, of Archie Ormrod that takes the whole shot. Now it's really slick round here. The rain that we had overnight, which has played a big part in making this circuit very, very slippery, has abated, and we do have a little bit of sunshine breaking through. So all of these guys and girls will be out on wet tyres. The smaller bikes not as demanding on the tyres as the bigger bikes. As we see a pass for third there, as that looked like that was the 150 of Liam Pearson making a move through the flip-flops of the chicanes in the centre and down the back straight to the far end of the circuit. This bit of the track very, very slippy even in the dry. This kart circuit gets a lot of wear, and it polishes the tarmac on the insides of the turns as they make their way round into the off-road for the first time.
Looks like one of the road siblings there was making a move up the inside onto that corkscrew. You can see there Archie Ormrod with his off-road skills pulling a little bit of a gap on this first lap through the off-road section. So it looks like he's taking the inside line. Most of the riders seemingly taking that same inside. Here they head up this step up off this off-road section. Nice and smoothly over there. No sort of dramas. And he heads down. You can see how much of a gap he's already gained just on this first lap.
Oh, locks the rear end up into that corner. I think that is Lily that... sorry, that might be Isabel Wingate there in second. We'll wait till they come across the line. So, end of lap 1 then. And Liam Pearson then looks like he's a man on the move. And he's pulled that pass on the opening lap. And they tip into now this section that we cut out on the first circuit. Obviously, way too tight to go into. So it is Isabel Wingate. Belle Wingate there on the 125. She had a great day yesterday. Well, past there. And you see, looks like that was the number 5 of Archie Reynolds just moving up past Lily Rhodes there. So Archie making a decent start. Oh, we got a rider down.
That looked like Lily there, just losing the rear as she came round. She's straight back up, running back towards her bike. So it's good to see that. I think she came off there earlier on this morning.
She did. She slid out in practice, and that bike not looking in the best of health. But there's our race leader then, the number 40 of Archie Ormrod on the DCR. I would imagine that would be a KTM. But Isabel Wingate then absolutely on the back of him. And she definitely has no fear at all. But she's never rushes into anything. She seems to like take her time, pick where she's going to make the move. She lights the rear up a little bit there. That's cost her some time. But she's just still there out of shot. So Ormrod just gets off the hook. In fact, I think in the background there, so we just look at the replay, the Bathmate replay there as we watch the rear end of Lily Rose just slide out. But she's up and okay. So it does look like we've got a change for second position, and it is indeed Liam Pearson then on the 150. Took advantage of Isabel Wingate just lighting the rear up as they went onto that over the concrete section onto the off-road. And it'll be interesting to see if he can run down our race leader, Archie Ormrod.
Yeah, Archie there again, locking the rear up onto the tarmac, but you can see the dust starting to pick up there as the track is drying. So it'll still be just as slippy and tricky conditions, but it's not quite as damp as it was this morning.
So Archie Ormrod then, he's now he's got a difficult job on his hands because he's got to lead this one out. He doesn't know how fast to go, whereas all Pearson needs to know is that as long as he's only going a little bit faster than Ormrod, he can close that gap down, safe in the knowledge that the speed that our race leader is going is okay, as Lily Rose looks like she's rejoined a lap down. But here comes Pearson then with a run round the outside. Oh, that's a great move. Drops it across. Ormrod has a look across. Moves across to block the line. I think we've got a change for third, because I think that Belle Wingate has dropped back a position as well.
Yeah, our fastest man on track at the moment is the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, and he's made his way past the number 125 of Belle Wingate. So we'll see him there just behind Liam Pearson. So
Pearson then on that fresh bike earlier in the season. His dad Blaine uprated his machinery for him, and he's done really well. Oh, we got it. Oh, big lunge down the inside.
Great move there from Archie Reynolds up the inside of Liam Pearson there. It looks like he might also be on a new bike for this weekend.
So there's a lot of pockets been emptied, but this is a fantastic championship, and as you'll see later on in the day, some of the guys we've got right in our elite class came through this only a couple of years ago. Lily Rhodes then, she's all of a sudden going to get a bit of lappage as Ormrod then goes to the outside. This was the worst bit of the track in practice, but it's dried out a lot. I don't think there's any blue flags for Lily, so she doesn't know that the race leaders are on it. And it looked like Reynolds made a big mistake. Yeah, just a bit of a move over, we're coming through thing then from Archie Ormrod. Yeah, but it is the number 5 that's coming. This is a cracking race to open our coverage here today. Pearson dropped back to third. He manages to squeeze himself up the inside of Lily Rhodes. But this is a cracking race, Danielle.
Yep, Archie Reynolds still the fastest on track at the moment, doing a 153.1. So it looks like he's going to be wanting to try and make a move on Archie Ormrod. And if I was to guess, I think he'll be trying to do the same move he did on Liam Pearson into the off-road. Well, after the corkscrew section, if he can get the legs on him down here.
Definitely. If you remember last time we were here, that was Richard Blakeman's move of favour, but Pearson then round the outside. That's where all the grip is. Offline on that outside bit of the circuit. Brave line, because Reynolds was up on the paint.
And Belle Wingate there, she's making her moves back up there. She's caught back up to this top pack. So it's now a 4-rider battle as they head into the off-road section.
None of these riders sending it up the step and getting to the outside. They're all choosing a little bit, follow me leader there, but I don't think that any of them can risk going offline as they come down this step. And you've got to remember that this is, these are not motocross tyres. These are pretty much cut slicks, for want of a better word. They're a wet tyre with a reasonable amount of tread. I don't think they're like full wets, but it's very, very easy to get caught out. A 4-rider battle for the lead then. And Pearson, he's still looking racy. We've just seen a little bit of dust there as they come out onto the start-finish straight. And it's still Ormrod. In fact, the track there, you can almost see that it's virtually perfectly dry, Danielle. There's going to be a lot of guys in the C group and the B group who are going to be thinking they're going to be needing slicks. And they will go and talk to these guys and say, oh, what's it like? And they'll give them a bit of a nod. Oh, nice move up the inside. Oh, bit of a barge there. Oh, this is all... Oh, Pearson looks like he missed a gear. So all of a sudden, his challenge has evaporated.
Yeah, I don't think he expected Archie to be on the inside of him there, but Archie's now looking to... Archie Reynolds is looking to get onto the back of Archie Ormrod again. Through this section, he seems really strong. They're all bunching up, but it just seems by the end, Liam's able to catch right back up to them at that top end of this straight.
He was fast down here. And again, that move around the outside, Belle Wingate not letting these guys get away. She's down the inside. And she's going to send it down the inside. So that's a fashionably wide line there for Pearson. Just cost him a little bit. Oh, real nice move around the outside. We've got a new race leader. Is he going to come back on the inside? No, he doesn't. Oh, there's almost contact.
Oh, he does.
Oh, and he does. Oh, who's going to get the berm first? Oh, and it is Ormrod. So Ormrod nails it in a look over the shoulder from Archie Reynolds.
It's like watching an elite race.
This is yeah. These are our elite riders of the future. This will be played out on YouTube in 15 years' time, and we've got to change for third because Belle Wingate has made the pass on Pearson.
So again, we're just coming up on another back mark here. So
tight down there.
All riding their own race. Charlie Smith's just staying on his own line, doing absolutely everything he should
big break action there. So, looks like Isabel just got a little bit pushed out there, so she's dropped back again.
I think this is the most spread out we've seen them all race. So again, bunch back up. Archie Ormrod taking a quick glance over his shoulder to see where Reynolds goes round the outside.
Reynolds has a look across as we have a look at the replay here. As we watch Pearson going really, really wide. Giving up second position in the pass for the lead. Proper commitment down the outside in our backmate replay there in the bottom right-hand corner. But in the main thing, it's still a battle for the lead, and there's 3 of them going at it. Oh, Pearson tries to fire his way up the inside. Belle's dropped off the back of this battle, so she's not going to take any further part in it. So last lap is showing on our screens. Pearson up the inside, just runs a bit wide. Ormrod holds on to the lead. Is he going to expect the... Oh, the 2 of them are going to go right around the outside of him. Oh, he cleanly clipped the tyres.
Oh, my God.
What a race. These guys are going for it.
That line from Archie Reynolds taking...
Oh, he goes down, he spills it. Archie Reynolds trying to make the pass. All or nothing. He just lost the rear as he came up onto the top there. He was going to try and cut the inside of the berm, so Ormrod's been let off the hook.
Great
and now
from
Pearson's
Ormrod.
gone down. Pearson tucks the front in the berm at the bottom. So our second place man finds himself on the floor. This is going to give Isabel Wingate certainly the chance of second place. So a 4-rider battle evaporates. Ormrod looks over his shoulder and there's nobody there. He's going to come across the line to take victory, and he'll have no idea how much of a battle that was behind him. Isabel Wingate then, she will take a really well-deserved second place. And who's going to come across the line third? It's going to be Pearson.
It's Pearson. He got up first. Oh, what a
I do
race.
hope Archie Reynolds has managed to get that bike fired back up. In fact, this looks like Lily Rhodes is going to be next as they come across the line.
Yeah, there's Archie Reynolds. So it looks like it was Max Rhodes that took fourth. So we didn't see much of Max for that race, and the number 5 finished 5th. So he did manage to get that bike restarted, but a little bit of a shame for Archie Reynolds there, but what a race.
Well, this bodes well for the rest of the day, because we've seen in this class a couple of times where we've had one guy that's just been just had the advantage over everybody else, but to see a 4-rider battle literally going down to the last few corners, anybody could have won that. Archie Reynolds, in fairness to him, he did the only thing he couldn't go to the outside there, because he'd have just left the door open for the other two. So he had to try and make that pass on the inside, and just unfortunate that he looked, as he went in, the rear started to come round. Hopefully we'll get a replay here of this last little bit of action from the final lap. So Ormerod then down this hill, and I cannot tell you how slippy this is here. Even in the dry yesterday we were spinning up, and Ormerod comes round the outside, tries to make the pass, goes past Pearson, and then we'll see him just going here in the rear end, just spinning out as he tried to get the gas on. Sent Pearson to the outside. And the Bathmate replay then giving us the lowdown on that one. That was a fantastic race. Really enjoyed that. And hopefully they'll be giving us more action as the day goes on.
Yeah, these C Group riders have got a lot to live up to from that one. That was a very, very entertaining race.
That was a great way to open our action here today. And we will now move on to Supermoto, British Supermoto C, brought to you by Technative, who are obviously our broadcast partners here at the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship. And give us all the great pictures that you guys are seeing at home. And fair to say the picture quality and everything this year, this broadcast been top notch. There's the number 98 Bathmate Husqvarna of Jamie Wrigglesworth. He had a decent day yesterday, but conditions this morning a little bit different, and we'll say we've got a bit of a topsy-turvy grid. There's a few guys up there who managed to get decent times in the wet and away from rig. He had a problem in practice bike not running quite as he would like, which appears to be sorted out. So that's another goal, and that's what the 56 of Luke Hutchinson, I believe, as these riders get to go out on their warm-up lap. And the number 54 there, Brett Haley's on the borrowed bike of Chris Walker. Haley had problems yesterday. He's normally the recipient of our Super Vet winner championship trophy, but I won that yesterday. So that was quite nice. I was hoping to have a bit of a battle with Brett, because he's a real good rider. Unfortunately, he had machine troubles yesterday. And I'd like to think I'd have had him covered, but like most things, we'll never know.
Oh, I had my money on you. I had my money on you there yesterday, Phil.
So
Good
Jamie Riggers then just lighting up the rear end on that Bathmate Husqvarna. Jason Slater there in second. Then it will be the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, the 56 of Luke Hutchinson, bringing up the openings of row 2. 97 of Dax Almond. He's a new name to me.
So I'm not sure, is it Dax out there? Yep, so that is Dax. I know Dax's dad was actually racing at Oliver's Mount, so Mark Almond was also out there.
So here's your official grid then. Jamie Riggers with Jason Slater, Paul Reynolds and Kyle Eccleston on row 1. Row 2 is Luke Hutchinson, Brett Haley, another good qualifying for row 2, Jake Sayer, Dax Almond, then Andy Goodsall, Mark Adamson, Luke Armitage, our rider of the day from yesterday, and Sean Jones. And
then we've got not Carl Geary. He's back after buying a new bike, along with Bathmate team boss John Oakes, Dean Smith and Dan Spencer. And then we have Gavin Skaith, Farron Young, Michael Whittam, Steve Smith, Tommy Sayer and Tani Atwood to round out the grid.
So the track then drying out. It does look, I want to say yesterday we had the world's most overcast day without having any rain, and we were treated to some great racing, and I think that we're going to have a little bit of a mix and match with regards to tyres and stuff in this opening group of races. There will be guys in the in our Elite A Group Championship race who will be eyeing the skies and looking at putting at least a rear slick in. The off-road absolutely is no problem for tyres. It's how quick the tarmac is going to dry out. And like I say, this end of the track, so little grip here, where that white square is. I think I nearly crashed about 6 times on that before I found where the line was, and surprisingly enough, it was outside that patch and not inside it. And again, that was probably one of the things that was one of my biggest improvements on the tarmac, actually getting out of that turn onto the back straight. So it was a bit of a sitting duck down there, with not being able to get out. But this jump a lot nicer coming up the hill than it was going down. But we can see we've got an inside line and an outside line. And as I said earlier on, great thanks to Chris Walker from Tripz.uk for providing the machinery to get this dirt section up to scratch. Apparently all of the grass and everything was like 5 foot long when we arrived at the track on Friday. He provided some labour for to get all of that off, and then we've had some help. Farron Young it was there this morning with a pickup and getting everything shifted around as our riders come to the grid. And obviously Chris Hodgson has helped to build that. He's used this track for his test days as well. So C Group are on the line then, and it will be the 98 of Jamie Rigglesworth that will sit on pole. As our grid guys get everybody into the right place.
Yeah, I think, like you said, bit of a mixed match, topsy-turvy grid here. So a lot of these riders, on especially that front row, we would expect to see them in the Bs.
Yes, and just sometimes how it is when we have a little bit of changeable weather. But green flag, so Andy points at the lights. Red flag, Becker then. Paul Reynolds having a problem. He had a problem yesterday in one of the races that we were in, where that Husqvarna just coughed and stopped. But great nous then from our officials on the line. Spotted that straight away. And it looks like he may have a problem there. Not able to get that bike into neutral. Whether that's a clutch problem, we'll have to pull Paul Reynolds off the line. I'll give him a minute or two to see if he can get that bike to fire up. So it looks like he's going to give it a nod. Hopefully he'll... Away they go then. Who's it going to be? It looks like it is the 51 of Jason Slater on the Tripz.uk. KTM, but Eccleston round the outside. Notice Eccleston bounced the front end of that KTM down the straight to get the start device to go off. And it looks like it's Hutchinson having a look down the inside. But it is going to be the number 10 Automotive Solutions Husqvarna of Paul Reynolds that leads him out onto the back straight, Danielle.
Yep, great start from Paul. Even with that bike trouble, it's not letting phase him. And it looks like we've got Kyle Eccleston trying to go down the inside there of Jason Slater up to this corkscrew. So, but again, Luke Hutchison trying to go round the outside, along with the number 154 of Brett Haley. You can see there a few more riders at the back.
Yeah, Michael Whittam, 77 going through there as well. 74 of Andy Goodsall. Our leaders then already up into the dirt section. It is Paul Reynolds. Eccleston goes wide. Oh, big moment there. Brett Haley trying to get around the outside of Jason Slater. 2 into 1 didn't go, but we can see the options here. So for the faster guys, obviously, when you jump up into the off-road section, oh, we've got a faller. That's
Luke Hutchinson.
So the rider who chooses not to have a peek, we'll try and see if we can see what happened there. So just seeing him getting back on the bike, so maybe he's just took the front, whether he was helped off or not. But Hutchinson there on the floor, so he's going to have to fight his way from the back. But it is the number 10 of Paul Reynolds from the Bathmate KTM, the 255 of Kyle Eccleston. Those two away at the front, they're the guys that are going to get moved up to the B group race for our second group of races, providing that they don't end up throwing it at the scenery. And to be fair to all of them, as Kyle there manages to find his way around the inside.
Yeah, it looked like Paul there had a little bit of a wobble as he came round, maybe losing the rear ever so slightly. So it is still definitely very slippy around that top corner. We saw Lily Rhodes go down there. So we'll now see if the 255 of Kyle Eccleston can run away with this one.
He will certainly have to, because he was getting a bit of stick back in the Bathmate pits for being back in the seas, and to be fair, he was well up in the A group yesterday before he tipped off, and he does seem to have the only luck he has is bad luck, gets caught up in other people's accidents. He ended up on the floor yesterday a little bit through no fault of his own, but he makes that nice double, slams into that. It's a bit of a stopper this way round. It's a much smoother transition running the opposite way round the circuit, but inch perfect over that tabletop, down into this tight off-road section, which, as I said before, has been absolutely manicured, and is as good an off-road section as we've ever had in this country. This Teesside venue becoming one of the top supermoto venues in the country, and Eccleston comes across the line then to complete another lap.
So it looks like Kyle has managed a 2.8 second gap now over Paul Reynolds and has done the fastest lap with a 1:37.5. So long as he keeps it all together himself, I can't see Paul Reynolds being able to put up much of a challenge in this race. You can see there just how big that gap has got now to the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, who himself has pulled away from the 154 of Brett Haley. On screen now we've got Sean Jones there and Dax Almond coming around that bottom corner.
And the battle for third through to seventh then, that all pretty tight as well, but those guys not able to stay on the pace. Eccleston has checked out. There's the battle there then. We just caught the tail end of it. Reynolds there in second, but the battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh. Those guys will all be wanting to take advantage if either of these two leaders make a mistake. And it is still really, really easy to end up on the floor, Danielle. There's so many opportunities to just get it wrong. Here we go then. Let's have a look and see who we've got jumping up the table there. So there's also, that's Brett Haley. And he's the guy, like I said, I was hoping to have a bit of a run-in with him yesterday. He's fair to say he's a man of advancing years, and like myself, but he definitely knows how to ride, and he's currently there in third position. From looks like Slater's dropped back one behind Jake Sayer on the 698 Honda, and then it's Jamie Wrigglesworth. But we're starting to see dust now on the tarmac section, which tells me that it's going to be drying out. There will be a period of time where this dust, you can see it carrying around the rest of the circuit as we watch the rest of the field coming up over the jump at the far side. Andy Goodsall there just making his way up. He's had a great weekend. He's weren't feeling the best yesterday, but he's out there today having a go. But Eccleston then 7.5 seconds up the road. But this is a great battle for third, fourth, fifth and sixth. They've dropped the 38 of Dean Wadgy Smith off the battle just to... me and Wadgy had some good battles yesterday, and we both went up out the C group together into the Bs and had some good fun. As we look then for the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. He's trying to put a pass on the number 51 Tripz.UK KTM of Jason Slater. Slater runs wide there, gets the run onto the off-road and gets up that step. Rig just comes up a bit short, drops a couple of bike lengths.
Yep, Slater looking really good through this off-road section. Jamie not quite able to keep with him through here. You can see just as they're heading up here, Slater clearing that bit of a jump and then heading back down. But Wriggle really making his time up on the tarmac. That seems to be where he's catching Jason.
And it does look like these guys, especially coming up this uphill, they're really not going very fast at all. But that top end of that dirt section is the only bit that's actual soil. It's very slippy, very shiny, and the guys just being a bit circumspect as they get to the top there. The rest of the off-road section is full of grip, lots of stones in there, offering the riders something to hang up against. But that last little bit at the top, you just got to make sure that you land right off the jumps and not get giddy going into that turn at the top of the drop down, because it would be very easy to go down. It looks like Slater then still managing to hold off the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. But Eccleston 11 seconds away at the front. Now, are we seeing, it's like Brett Haley and Sayer, are they getting onto the back of... there is, so we've got a battle for second now. So it looks like Haley has started to close down on Paul Reynolds.
Yeah, Jamie Wrigglesworth again all over the back of Jason Slater as they head up into the off-road. But then you see Jason's managing to clear that step up, whereas Jamie isn't. There's the 698 of Jake Sayer. And you can see that gap opening up. It's not as big as it was the last time they came through.
No. So it looks like Paul Reynolds has just lost the toe from our race leader, and he's falling back into the clutches of Haley and Sayer, second, third and fourth, as we maybe just see them coming off the off-road, and there they are, just coming over the start-finish line now. Slater looks over his shoulder. The last lap flag indeed. So race leaders down the far end. There is the 255 of Eccleston. He's the guy that's guaranteed to go up, but it is the battle for Reynolds and Haley about 10 seconds back that is the one that is going to deem who's going to go up. So they should be making their way around the far end of the circuit. Our off-road section there in the background. So I would say that, seeing as Eccleston so far away in the front showing his class, he's got to start from the back of the B group for the next one, so he's going to have a busy day. So our race leader onto the off-road section for the final time. And here is that's still Slater and Wrigglesworth going for 5th and 6th. I'll still throw a blanket over them, but Slater looking like he's got that one covered off. And again, just very steady. The grip comes back just about here. There's lots of stones down that hill, so it suddenly gets much better. And Kyle Eccleston will take a well-deserved victory in this C Group final to move up to the Bs. Checkered flag being readied, and we want to see who comes across the line second now. Is it going to be Paul Reynolds, or is it going to be Brett Haley? They came down the hill in the background, and I think that it was still Reynolds. He's a hard bloke to pass, and it is going to be the 10 of Paul Reynolds that's going to go through. Brett Haley runs him hard to the line, and the 698 of Jake Sayer comes across in 4th. Then it's Slater, then Wrigglesworth. So Haley, Sayer, Slater and Wrigglesworth will be your front row for race 2, with Kyle Eccleston then running away at the front of that one, I would say fairly expectedly. And Paul Reynolds then, he just lost the toe on that and didn't know how fast to go. And I also know for a fact that the rear wet that was on that bike, which obviously Chris Hodgson rode in Superpole, he had a problem Superpole with a brake line on the front of that Automotive Solutions bike. The rear wet on the back of that number 10 bike was not in the best of health, and on this drying circuit it may just have been that the grip level went away from him.
You can see there the 56 of Luke Hutchison there crossing the line in 14th, who was our faller. I think it was on lap 1 in the dirt, so I think he's probably come right from the back of the grid to make it back up to 14th, so decent ride from him. I think we've got a few newbies riding this weekend as well, a few names that we haven't seen. So one of them was our rider of the day yesterday, Luke Armitage, really quick through that off-road yesterday. So also the 311 on your screen there of Tommy Sayer. So I'm wondering if he's a relation of Jake.
It's a possibility, and they will see this, people come and have a go and bring a mate, and the next meeting the mates are here as well. So that's the conclusion then of our C Group Race 1, brought to you by Technative. And again, the results then: with 256, the Bathmate Husqvarna of KTM of Kyle Eccleston. Second, the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna of Paul Reynolds, and third on a borrowed bike, no less, the number 154 of Brett Haley.
You can see on the grid there our Bathmate grid girls.
Yes. So Supermoto B brought to you by Automotive Solutions. We've just seen the boss of Automotive Solutions, Paul Reynolds, take second place in our C Group race, and they are your first call for all BMW and Mini spares, based in York, and obviously they run the team which supports Chris Hodgson and Alex Mullaney, as well as obviously Paul Reynolds. A couple of sons out there, Archie Reynolds out there riding as well. As we wait, we're having a look, see who's going out. That looks like a slick on the back of the 111 of Duncan Wright, a man who I was fed up of seeing the back of yesterday. Followed him round, chased him round hard for pretty much 2 races, and he's on a bit of a trajectory. He was a regular C Group guy, and he's moved up to the Bs, and definitely finding his feet in this championship. Started the year, I think, on a bike that was lent to him by fellow Scotsman Michael Craig. And I say track conditions then certainly drying out. It will be interesting to see. We'll soon find out who's on what. So our grid then for this British Supermoto B, brought to you by Automotive Solutions. Pole position for the 666 of Darryl Pennington, 817 Harley Sharp, 55 Jack Nation, and number 4 Oliver Holmes. That's your front row. Then it's Paul Rhodes, Dean Wingate, Blaine Pearson, Luca Jennings. Third row, Josh Jasper, Craig Forshaw, Seth Gibson, and Paul Groom.
And then it's looking like we've got Duncan Wright and James Wood to wrap up the grid. It's good to see we've got Josh Jasper back. So he is sitting, I think it's 8th on the grid for this one.
So there we've got our podium then for our first race of the day. A win then for the 255 Bathmate KTM of Eccleston, Paul Reynolds and Brett Haley. And they just got their plaques, and they will move on. So Eccleston and Reynolds will go forward to the B group, and you can see the confidence of these guys on this uphill jump. It looks so easy, but going downhill, I never felt comfortable down there at all yesterday. Obviously, you've got to stop at the bottom. We did have a couple of riders go over the top of the berm, most notably Jay Smith, and also Dave Spafford had a fall there in the final B final yesterday, and he ended up with doing some tendon and ligament damage to his shoulder. I saw him in the paddock this morning, but his I think it's fair to say rather aged but very well maintained 450 Honda, and again I had some good battles with him yesterday in the opening races. He unable to ride today through injury, so we wish Dave a speedy recovery. There is the 55 of Jack Nation, son of former Norton factory rider Trevor.
Yeah, I was just trying to have a look. It looked like they've put some more cuts in that slick of Jack Nation's rear tyre.
Yes.
So
seeing the 125 of Dean Wingate there, definitely on a rear slick, but the 151 of Blaine Pearson on a full wet. The 475 of Luca Jennings looks like he was on wets. So we've just seen Blaine's son out there in our academy class, one of these many people on the grid here who have got 2 and 1 or 2 children riding. The 188 is Seth Gibson.
So
he's there
as
in the
we
middle
get
of the grid.
ready now for the start of this race.
Away they go then. They come down to the first turn. It looks like it's going to be the 817 of Harley Sharp, but it is Jack Nation that takes the whole shot round the outside. Knee down road racery style.
Yep, and the 42 of Oliver Holmes following him through there on that outside line. So,
big crash. Looked like Harley Sharp just took the front there.
I think he was clipped by Dean Wingate potentially on the front, but all riders are getting straight back up, so that's good to see.
So Blaine on the floor, Harley Sharp on the floor, and Dean Wingate. I thought it was Harley that lost the front, but we'll wait for a replay on that. I'm not going to call that one. So it is now Oliver Holmes up to second position. Looks like James Wood, number 82, on the Bathmate Husky then. In there, he's in there behind Paul Groom. The rest of the field making their way up to the top of the circuit. So Nation then doesn't really have much of an off-road pedigree, to be fair, and he's making a decent fist of it. Who we've got there in third?
That looks like Darryl Pennington, followed by Paul Rhodes, but the two at the front, both Nation and Holmes, are both fighting for our Clubman Championship today. So both will be wanting to make their way up to the A's. But these are very, very crucial points. We can see now this Bathmate replay. It looks like it might have been Harley there losing the front.
I think Harley definitely lost the front there, so that your Bathmate replay. Yeah. Harley Sharp just got down the inside of those riders and just locked the front up and skittled then a few riders down. So here we go then. So Nation then already checked out at the front, but it's Holmes, Pennington and Rhodes. That's your battle for second, third and fourth. The Automotive Solutions. Oh, and he clips the back of Oliver Holmes. So Pennington goes down. This corner is catching so many riders out, but it's just the closing distance, getting on the brakes. So it's all changed. So Pennington will now go to the back, and that's a shame because he had a good day yesterday. But once you're committed down that inside, there's not really a lot you can do. You watch on the replay. We see, we just see Pennington hitting. Takes Paul Rhodes out of contention as well. So that was unlucky for the RWJ rider. But Jack Nation then, he's off at the front with this one. Inch perfect down that downhill.
Looking really good through the off-road, considering.
Yeah.
I think he has been getting a little bit of practice on the off-road between races, so that's great to see. He's also been doing a lot more road riding, so speaking to his dad Trevor, I think he's been on a Suzuki 750 doing some more of the bigger road circuits.
Yeah, he's been doing some track days and stuff just to get a bit of a feel for it, but they're happy in this paddock. They've not got any delusions of grandeur of going road racing. They just like to ride for fun, and as such they're making a good fist of it here. So that looks like it is Luca Jennings there in third position. Seth Gibson then in fourth position. Seth has a great sponsor.
I know you love this.
Stanforth Butchers. Seth Gibson being helped out by Stanforth Butchers and had a fantastic pie off them in the paddock yesterday. And they're helping him out properly. I mean, obviously somebody like myself, a pie sponsor would be the ultimate. But I know they're helping support them and get into the track here, as well as providing free goodies, which I can assure you are well received, and excellent stuff it is too. Stanforth Butchers has skipped, and so Gibson then sliding, or getting slid round the outside by Paul Rhodes. So Rhodes will want to get himself back in the B's. Back into the A's after not making the cut in qualifying. So Rhodes is going to have a run up the outside. And again, talking to him last night in the paddock, he's trying to make the pass. He's going to try and go down the inside. He clears him down over the jump. Oh, it's tight. He's forced him. Oh, he was too nice there. Far too nice there. That was your corner. Obviously easy for me to say, sat here in the comfort of our luxurious commentary booth.
It looks like we've got the 138 of Paul Groom there trying to get in on the action as well through that off-road section. So three of them into that berm, but like you say, it looks like Rhodesy was a bit too nice there, giving Luca a bit of space.
He just had to push his way in there. There was, but talking to Paul last night, he was just saying he's riding as well as he's ever ridden, and not that he's taking it more serious than he's used to, but without the what we would say the distractions of youth, which he was when he was first here in the paddock, and obviously having his own kids here. He's got both his son and his daughter racing, but he's enjoying his riding more than ever and riding better than ever. So he's going to try and do the safe way round here. He's going to try and lay it round the outside, and he does. That's the way to do it into that corner. The instant you commit up the inside and get it wrong, you're going to have you're going straight to the scene of the accident. And Rhodes rides round the outside of Luca Jennings there. Gibson now, I'm pretty much sure they're teammates because they pit with each other. Paul Groom on the Tripz.uk KTM, just riding around the outside there. He's a man who knows where the grip is. Good motocross rider. We were out at the Vets Nations at Farley Castle a couple of weekends ago. It was last weekend, in fact, and he was out there riding that. And back on the Supermoto this weekend. So Groom then makes the pass,
Yep,
clears the
taking
step
that
up
inside
and
line.
and jumps to the inside. So chooses to follow. But I still think there's mileage in ragging around the outside of there. But Nation and Ollie Holmes run and hit at the front. Holmes is getting quite close to Nation as they go across the line. But it doesn't really matter. Groom then just losing the rear. But this is a cracking battle.
Yep, Oliver Holmes now, he's just done our fastest lap, so that was being held by Darrell Pennington and now just been taken by Paul Rhodes, doing a 134.4. So Rhodesy, I don't think he's going to have enough laps to be able to catch those front two, with the gap being about 7 seconds.
I think that's going to be far too much. Rhodes is on a mission. I'm going to say he was just unlucky to get caught out, but he's backing it in nicely into that corner. And we can see still a good battle there. Craig Forshaw in there. Blaine Pearson, the 151 as well, on the back of that group. Now, Blaine was one of the guys that ended up on the floor in turn one when Harley Sharp and Dean, with Harley Sharp and Dean Wingate. So that's a really good recovery from Pearson. And I say 90 miles an hour on the GPS, according to Richard Blakeman down that back straight yesterday. So pretty much the same at both ends. The lead onto it is a sharp hairpin, so I don't think it really makes much difference which way you go.
So it looks like Oliver Holmes has made up a lot of time on Jack Nation here, and we've got a battle on for first place. So both of these riders, as it stands, would be moving up to the A's for race 2, but between them, these points really matter for that Clubman Championship. So Oliver won't want to be just sitting on his laurels and in the knowledge that he'll be moving to the A's. He'll be now trying to find a way past the 55 of Jack Nation. So Jack looking really, really comfortable on this tarmac, that knee-down road race style, but not really getting away from 42 of Oliver Holmes. So on their last lap, there was 0.02 of a second between them.
Obviously, Ollie Holmes has got the advantage. He's closing down. He can go wherever he wants. Jack Nation has got to try and close. We've got the points there as it stands at the moment. And then 320 to Holmes. And then Chris Walker there with 316. Now I see Ollie's name on there. But so it's all to play for with the points. It's our live points update. So again, he's just taking a bit of a swing round. Did Nation just have a look over his shoulder there? So Ollie's going to go to the inside here. Oh, there's a pass for the lead. Holmes takes the lead. Jack just has a look over his shoulder.
Great pass from Oliver there through that off-road section. So he now knows he'll hopefully now see that last lap flag, which means he'll only have a lap to go to be able to keep Jack behind him. So he's made that pass at the perfect time, really. He now just needs to see if he can pull a bit of a gap on Jack through this tarmac.
And here it is, the last lap flag is unfurled. Kirk sticks the last lap flag out, so Holmes leads. Rhodes is closing in. If there's any shenanigans between these two, he's there to pick up the pieces. So all of a sudden Jack now has the advantage of being able to follow and go where he wants. Is he going to try and ride around the outside of the Channel Islander now domiciled up there in Jamie Duncan land in Scotland? Owner of his own graphics company for printing the graphics on these bikes.
Yep, so I've got whole shot decals on my bike. Great quality stickers. He's also done helmet wraps as well.
Oh, good, that's
so there's
excellent.
a little bit of a queue. I seem to keep jumping to the front of it.
And rightly so. So Holmes then holds the advantage as they come round this final drop down hairpin. And I say, I cannot emphasise how slippy this tarmac is, even in the dry. The carts absolutely shine it up like glass. It's a lot better this time because we're not coming from the off-road onto that, which was a big problem. But Holmes again jumps to the inside. Nails that tabletop. Into the berm, into the inside lines. We look back at the battle. Looks like Groomy has made up a few positions as well. So that will bode well for the points for him. And give him a better start in the second group of races. But Holmes then holds down the inside. Rhodes is right there, you know. He's in the shot. If you watch as they come across the line, Rhodes has closed that gap. He was unlucky, without a doubt, without getting caught out with the incident with Darryl Pennington. He would have definitely been one of those two guys going up, and that would have been quite important for the championship.
So Paul Rhodes' fastest lap time was actually a 1:32.7, which is about 2 seconds faster than either Oliver or Jack Nation.
It would be interesting to know what the fastest time in qualifying was when we looked earlier, when we were running in the damp conditions. Obviously, I think Superpole, not got Superpole easily to hand, but fastest time from our...
It was a 1:38.6 from Jay this morning.
So we are already a long way inside those times. I would expect that all of our guys there in the holding area for the next race, which is the first of our British Championship elite races, will all be sitting there on slicks, I would have thought, whether it's slicks front and rear. But a great win then for Oliver Holmes, and he'll take the points. Let's go Bathmate replay then. I'll say, this is a really weird bit of the track, because you spend almost as much time on the curb as you do on the track, and coming the other way, going really, really quickly. But this is the pass for the lead. Holmes committed to the inside jump. That's been added this morning. A bit more material added to the berm, and again, the beauty of this track, we've got the ability to pass all the way through the off-road. And Dean Hillier and his crew this morning up there with the diggers. At the 188 of Seth Gibson. Not sure what's gone on there, but anyway, that's your dad Andy giving him a talking to for whatever reason that may be.
Oh, I've had plenty of those.
So whatever it is, no doubt it'll be sorted out.
So we'll get ready for our A Group Race 1.
Ooh.
So there we go. So here is our B Race 1 winners. So we have the number 42 of Oliver Holmes, and you can see there 55 of Jack Nation, and then the number 8 of Paul Rhodes, who was definitely a man on a mission in that one.
Yeah, well, it's fair to say that if Paul Rhodes doesn't get involved in somebody else's carnage again, that he's the man that I would expect. Having said that, Harley Sharp been really fast again. Dean Wingate been fast. You just don't know. There's so many guys who have the speed to win this B Group race. Handshake there for Ollie Holmes and Rhodes. Looks like that was a good recovery ride for him, and was unlucky not to find his way through. But he'll get another crack at that. So absolutely the way to go. So there is our 1, 2, 3 for our B Group race 1. Win for Oliver Holmes, second place Jack Nation, and third place Paul Rhodes. So British Supermoto A then. Our next race action brought to you by Sheen's Projects and Doors. Richard Sheen, they're not racing this weekend. He took a bit of a digger at Oliver's Mount, and as a result not able to be with us. But our Supermoto A guys then out on track for their warm-up and sight lap.
We have on pole the number 33, the Humber Garage Racing of Jay Smith, followed by Ian Bremner, our surprise rider in second. Then we have the number 4 of David Pearce, the man from the Isle of Man. Then in fourth, the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. Then followed by row 2, we had the 54 of Richard Blakeman, Dean Hillier, Andy Mitchell, and then Jamie Duncan. Then we have Alex Mullaney, Peter Bennett, Chris Walker, and Richard Sharp.
So this is expected to be a bit of a barn burner. There's our championship positions, then currently leading Contract Solutions KTM of Jamie Duncan, number 319 from the Bathmate. Husqvarna of Richard Sharp, Automotive Solutions. Husqvarna of Chris Hodgson there on 280. And Richard Blakeman, the team Fat and Fast KTM on 268. And then Dean Hillier, one of the Goon squad, they're in a really good 5th position because he's been consistent all year, and it is what points make prizes in this championship. As we look then, looks like everybody's on full slicks as Jake Smith then looks at the lights. Away they go. Who's going to take the whole shot? And it looks like Smith's just going to move everybody over. Bremner's going to run down the inside of him. Oh, that was close. Jay just left a little bit of room. Hodgie's going to go round the outside. He's going to dive down the inside of Bremner here. Oh, Bremner, that was a great move from the Scotsman. So Bremner unlucky not to end up on pole. And Smith then already starting to break away at the front. Hodgie's going to have to find a way by. 4th place is Mullaney. 5th place looks like it is the 217 of Richard Sharp as they come up to the far end of the circuit for the first time, Danielle.
It looks like a poor start for the number 4 of David Pearce, along with the 54 of Richard Blakeman, who have both gone backwards on the start. But like you say, great start for Ian Bremner there, trying to go up the inside.
Hodgie's already found his way by though, and he's already up onto the back of the 33 Humber Garage Racing Honda of Jay Smith. And change for 3rd as well. That looks like that's a stall almost there for Bremner. So Sharpie's gone through, Mullaney's gone through, Duncan looking like he's going to try and make a pass.
Yeah, Duncan trying to take that line around the outside there instead of following the leader up the inside. Don't think he actually managed to make up any positions, but it definitely didn't cost him anything either.
So Smith then leads from the number 1 Automotive Solutions Husky of Chris Hodgson, Richard Sharp. Fair to say, Sharpie was on the back row of the grid. He was awful in qualifying. So how he's managed to get there, I've absolutely no idea. He qualified 12th, which by his standards, very unexpected. But he's definitely got to grips with this circuit. And his style, I think, will suit whether he's going to get a run on these guys and get a chance to... In fact, he's gone down. Oh, commentator's curse. Sharpie goes down, just trying to get out that corner. Looks like where he went down, he maybe lit the rear up on the exit. Oh, that is a shame. So Smith then from Hodgson, Dean Hilliard will now be sitting there in 3rd position on the 108. So Smith then jumping to the inside, not giving the race leader Hodgson any chance to try and make a pass. Hodgie's going to go down the outside, bounces over really high on the berm there. He's going to give up a little bit of time but carry more momentum up the hill. I want to see somebody send it full into there. It's never going to happen, I know, but you look at it and you think it's possible until you try and do it yourself and you barely get off the ground. But Jay Smith leads over the line again to complete another lap. We'll have a look in the background and see that tip off from Richard Sharp. Did he get up in time? No, I don't think he did. Now, it is Jamie Duncan then in 3rd, Blakeman in 4th, but we're not going to take our eyes off this battle at the moment because this is where the interest lies. Duncan up to 3rd will be good for his championship. He won't want to give up any points. Blakeman there right on the back of him as well in the background, but Smith then holds sway. The track now perfectly dry, all these guys out on full slicks, which is really all you can ask for on a day like today. You don't want changeable weather conditions. Hodgie just biding his time.
So from qualifying, Jamie Duncan has made his way from 7th on the grid up to 3rd. He actually went out on full slicks in qualifying and then realised it was just way too wet which meant he only got a couple of laps out there on the wets, which explains why he was back down in 7th.
So Hodgie then, by not following Smith, is opening that track up for himself, and he's just going to have a look at this. Is he going to get down the inside? You can cut the inside there and not use the berm. So I'm thinking that Hodgie's looking at, by not following in the bottom corner, he's got the run up the hill, and he's just sounding that out for later on in the race. And if Jay Smith makes so much as a bobble on the inside of that turn, Hodgie's just going to ride around the outside of him. And Duncan third, Blakeman fourth, Dean Hillier still in a really good fifth. Then it's the number 4 of David Pearce. In fact, Sharpie then back up to fifth, so that's a good recovery from that tumble. There we see Duncan in the background. Is he gaining? He got fastest lap showing up on the timing. As we look back and see Alex Mullaney forcing his way down the inside of Andy Mitchell.
Yep, the youngster making a move on our over 45 rider Andy Mitchell there. So he's now got his eyes set on
and a
the
tumble
floor
for
of David
Bremner.
Pearce.
Sorry, tumble for Bremner in the background there, Danielle. He just took the front in as we were watching Mullaney and Mitchell. So Bremner's gone from, I'll say hero to zero, but he's definitely not had a great race considering he started second on the grid. Just took the front. So this is what we're saying. If Jay just makes a bit of a bobble coming out here, Hodgie's got much more speed around the turn. If he can get level with Jay, which he nearly was, you see how he's just cutting to the inside there. He's not taking the berm. There is another line on the outside, which neither of them are using. Jamie Duncan is closing in at rate, so still quite a long way to go in this one. And the number 7 Scotsman on the Contract Solutions KTM, manufacturer of the finest mountain bike pedals in the world. Visit pinned.com, and he's closing in. He's gapped Richard Blakeman, which is not many people get to do that round here.
No, Richard rode really, really well yesterday, but unfortunately a few mistakes and a few falls sort of hampered a better result for him. So I think he finished 5th overall yesterday.
So definitely Jamie Duncan then in the background on that number 7. He's on the move, but with 5 laps to go, is he going to have to push too hard and risk a fall? He is the championship leader as Hodgie tries to make a move down the inside of Jay at the far end of the circuit. Can he make it stick? He does. He gets it back online, closes down the Londoner. So the man from up there in Maryport, Chris Hodgson, say 17 times a British champion over the years, takes the lead. He's going to pull a few points back on Jamie Duncan. So will Hodgie go to the outside here, or will he take the inside? That's a lovely shot. Takes to the outside, gives the inside to Smith, but you can see that it's not enough. Duncan's coming in the background. Jay, proper send over there for Jay, but you've got to be careful. And Jamie Duncan's going to be in the back of this shot in a minute.
So there's the Bathmate replay of that move that Chris Hodgson managed to put on the number 33 of Jay Smith up the inside there at the end of the straight. But it looks like it's the number 1 of Chris Hodgson now starting to pull a little bit of a gap now out over Jay Smith. So Jay needs to watch out that he doesn't become prey to the 7 of Jamie Duncan, who's still closing in.
4 laps to go. It's all possible, but as long as Jay can hold the wheel of Chris Hodgson for a couple more corners and then follow him down the back straight. I'd say Jamie Duncan putting in fastest lap after fastest lap. What was the last? So he did a 1:28, and then he's down into the 27s. So he's about 0.7, 0.8 faster than these guys in front. But he is going to run out of time, I fear. But what I do know is that if he can get close enough to put a move on any of these guys, he is going to do it. He doesn't want to give Chris Hodgson any more points advantage in the championship. Sharpie a long way adrift to Richard Blakeman in 5th, so he will be annoyed at that. That was I got him down. So Jay not losing time, and Jamie still staying in touch. This time Jay Smith then. So the gap then, as it stands at the moment, so Hodgson now leading the championship from Duncan by 15 points as it stands at the moment. So it's a big swing in points. And it is all closing up. Hodges got to the front and he's not really gone anywhere, has he? JD he's going to be on him by the end of this lap. Peter Barlow there.
Yeah,
One of our official photographers.
I think it's one thing catching up to these guys, and definitely a completely other kettle of fish trying to get by them. So I'm sure Jamie's planning a move. Whether he could actually make one stick with 3 laps to go.
There will always be a move. There will always be a move in the Duncan arsenal. But what we need to know, and I would be very surprised that I would think that Jay Smith, unless he's getting really good signals from the pit wall, and they're difficult to see here, I don't think he'll know how close Jamie Duncan is. And in fact, if we've got a pass there, I reckon Duncan's going to go around the outside of him here, because he got a great run round the outside. He'll have the. Will he get round the inside? No, he's not. It was close. Jay must have just moved him offline. So, but he'll know he's there. He's there now.
Yep. So he'll know that KTM front wheel is right there.
So that'll give him the wake-up call that he needs.
But while these two battle it out, and Jay will be riding defensively now to protect from the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, this might give the number 1 of Chris Hodgson the opportunity to just break away ever so slightly.
The battle with Pearce, Hillier and Mullaney, and the 155 of Chris Walker there in the second screen. But Hodgson then just starting to eke away this battle for the podium. Then it's going to be coming down to the last couple of laps. Hodgie has just started to break away by a couple of bike lengths. Oh, the number 1 on the bike had a bit of a mare in qualifying this morning with a machine problem. But Duncan then all over the back of Jay Smith. This camera's making it the weather look a lot better than it looks out of our commentary box window. But here we go, Duncan then to the outside again. So you're going to make the sweep round the outside, Jay. Just blocks the track. There's just not quite enough grip on the outside there for Duncan to make a run. But he's going to sweep round. Not really much room here either. Is Duncan? Duncan goes full send. Oh, just run out of track at the end.
I knew if someone would try and full send that for you, Phil, it would have been Jamie.
Yeah. It's still tight. They come onto the start-finish straight. The last lap flag is out then, so this is it. Hodgson's still not got away. Smith right on him with just a couple of bike lengths. This is absolutely cracking stuff. We've had some brilliant races. All 4 of our first group races here today at the round 7 of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship have been absolutely top draw. Hodgie just starting to eke out a couple of lengths round that far end of the circuit. Smith torn between defending against Jamie Duncan, which you always got to do, and trying to nab the win from Hodgson. But Hodgie getting out of that corner really, really quick. Duncan then hogging the inside.
Yep, it's a now or never move for Jamie, I fear, as they head into this off-road section.
He's going to have a good punt round the outside. He's a lot closer. Is he going to send it round the outside this time? He is. He's going to do it. Oh, that's close. He's got him.
He's got him round the outside.
Round the outside, and he blocks him on the end. So that's a great move from JD. So Duncan then, he's been shaping up to do that for the whole race. Now you'd have to ask yourself, with a couple more laps, would he have anything for Chris Hodgson? But that's a fantastic ride for Jamie Duncan. Hodgson will come across the line on that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna take the win. The KTM of Duncan second, and the Humber Garage Racing Honda of Jay Smith there in third.
Both Jay and Jamie getting down there to the 127s, and Chris Hodgson doing it on the last lap. So the actual track, I think, was probably coming to a little bit more as well, as it was drying.
Blakeman comes across the line, a distant fourth. Then it's a good recovery ride after an early tumble for Richard Sharp in fifth. Sixth place will be the number 4 of David Pearce from the Isle of Man. And just a bit of background on him, apparently he was due to come and race here a few years ago, and then COVID kind of put paid to that. And then he had a bit of a mountain bike injury and wasn't able to wasn't able to come over here, so that's a 6th for him. Alex Mullaney 7th, the 108 of Dean Hillier in 8th, Andy Mitchell 9th, Chris Walker 10th, Peter Bennett comes across the line in 11th, and it will be 12th place then for Ian Bremner, who started on the front row of the grid, but fair to say he had an absolute mare in that one. So this is the final lap then. Hodgson leads on to the back straight from the Honda of Jay Smith, but Duncan then just shot briefly there, but Duncan runs round the outside, squeezes Smith into the barriers and makes the run round the outside of the Londoner. Like I say, he knew he was there from the previous lap, but Jamie made a real good jump up the steps on that final circuit. Was probably a bike and a half length closer than he had been on the previous lap, and knew that was the amount that he needed to be in front as they just tipped into the corner before the tabletop. There is the 108 of Dean Hillier. I know that he's been really struggling with not feeling well yesterday, didn't ride at all, but he's the man who spent a lot of time this morning on the digger getting our track in absolute prime condition after a really damp night here at Teesside. Not a massive amount of rain, but it was pretty much drizzling through the whole night, and we've been blessed with clear skies this morning. So a fantastic then close to the first of our group of races. That one brought to you by Sheen Projects Limited. Like I say, Richard Sheen, one of the sponsors of this series, for all of your fireproof doors and windows, industrial and commercial. Richard not riding this week due to a leg injury sustained at Oliver's Mount. So there is Chris Hodgson. Removes his outright. He earned his money in that one. The 35-year-old then from Maryport, managing to get the job done, and he'll be pleased with that one. Jay Smith then, I think he'll feel that he had the winnings of that one. He looks a little bit disappointed, but having said that, Jay yesterday was he had a couple of offs, and also recovering from a wrist injury sustained in a practice crash a few weeks ago. So I wouldn't say it's a subpar Jay Smith, but he's certainly not at full race fitness and definitely coming back from injury. And there's your third place man, Jamie Duncan. Second place man, Jamie Duncan, who came through. He'll feel that he had the speed to win that one. And whilst it was a great effort to get back onto the back of the lead group, he'll be wanting to make some hay and keep hold of that points lead. Obviously, we've got double points for the Jokers here as well. Some of these riders, just trying to look and see who's... Chris Hodgson played his Joker, so that'll be why he suddenly leapt to the head of the championship, because Jamie Duncan played his Joker at his home round. Okay, Daniel's down in pit lane with our third place finisher, Jay Smith.
Jay, unfortunately, last lap just pipped for that second place. How did you find it? We know you had a little bit of an off yesterday.
To be honest, I think I'm only 6 weeks after double break on my wrist, so to come back and to be able to last the race distance and be on the pace, I'm quite happy with that. So might make a few little changes for the next race, because I think the gearing's just slightly off. Now it's nice and dry, stiffen the suspension right up, and I'll probably win the next 2 races.
I like the optimism. Yep. The man with no luck, so we need you to have some luck for these next 2 races.
Yeah, no, I love my bike, so a few little tweaks. And this is not my favoured direction. Yesterday, I really enjoyed yesterday, but I never had good luck yesterday. So No, as long as I can keep up with these boys, I'll be happy.
Yeah, great ride from that one. So we'll just go to the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, who finished second in that one. So second, you were the fastest man on track. Left it a bit late though.
Yeah, by the time I got past Hellier, didn't know how I got past him, but after that, plain sailing from there. But another couple of laps, you're doing Chris's back wheel.
Yeah, so you think you've got it for Chris in the next one? We know Chris has played his double points at this round, so all the pressure's on. You know what you've got to do?
Yeah, I know what I've got to do, but just have to see how it pans out. Keep it as clean as possible. No Mr. Plough coming out this time. But no, it was a good race. We had a good race in the last race yesterday, so hopefully more of that today.
Yeah, the racing yesterday was great, so hopefully some more of that today. And we'll go to Chris Hodgson. He did pretty much lead it from start to finish. I'll just squeeze through here.
Only the first 2 left, just lead it.
Only the first 2. But it was the last one that mattered.
Oh!
How was it?
Yeah, you know, it was a good race. I knew that I had to get away and get past the other lads, get on the back of Jay. Had a bit of a moment in the first corner where I thought I was going to lose the front, but no, apart from that, it was a good race. And you know, like Jamie says, if it's anything like yesterday, everyone's in for a good day watching.
Yeah, so the racing yesterday, from watching, we were all stood at the side cheering everyone on. We got some great footage of you getting that move up the inside on Jay at the end. So lots of options across the dirt as well. We saw you taking the outside line, trying to get the run up the hills. Is there any way you think you can do that as a double at the top?
I don't think there's any chance of doing it as a double and getting it stopped for the corner. But yeah, you know, the lads have done a great job here at Teesside doing all the off-road, and it has give options in the off-road so we can use different lines. So yeah, it'll be a good day's racing.
Yep, so I think I'll throw it back to Phil, but I think we're going to go to a bit of a break now before we come back with Academy Race 2.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. So some great insight then from our top 3. That was a fantastic opening group of races. We're just going to take a short break, and we will be back a little bit later on with our second group of races here from round 7 of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Series. And hopefully you will join us for that, where we'll have all the action from the second group of races. We'll be back with Academy Race 2. And if you remember back to the start of our day, that was the cracking race that opened our account here at Teesside Autodrome. And we're certainly hopeful that on a drying track with clear skies, that we're going to have action to bring you aplenty this afternoon.
I'll just take it off. Okay.
Getting to know you, getting to know all about you, getting to like you, getting to hope you like me.
My name's May Chalice.
Richard Blakeman.
Danielle Koenig.
Dean Hillier.
Jay Smith, Chris Hodgson,
Darryl Pennington. Paul Reynolds.
It's Jess Mitchell.
Jamie Duncan.
That was so gracious. There's no cool way of doing that. Fadji. It's all his fault. It started, beginning of this year, warm up round. He's like, oh, just come and have a go. I've got this bike. Just give it a try. I said, yeah, I'll give it a try. And then, like most people probably do, I just fell in love with it, and here we are.
I first started motocrossing when I was 6 years old, and then when I was 18 and 19, I started looking for something else to do, and I found that. Our first one was at Wigan on a Suzuki 250F. It was. So that was 15 years ago, I think. Long time.
I got into Supermoto by basically watching my dad. One of my dad's friends decided he was going to come and race, and my dad thought he'd do it. And after watching my dad, I thought, how hard could it be? Quite hard.
Supermoto, my father started racing back in 2000, 2001 when we had the foot and mouth come in. I always done motocross. I started doing it in 2004. So yeah, I've been doing it a good 20 years now. 19, 20 years, yeah.
Started Supermoto 20 odd years ago. Done motocross and then went straight into Supermoto and never looked back.
I got into Supermoto through the KTM Junior Cup in 2004. So since then, I've never looked back.
Just through my mates doing it, and I carried on doing it after them.
Well, I just started on like a little Ossic and then progressed on from there.
I first got into Supermoto about 12 years ago.
at Topcliffe. My friends started doing it and asked me if I'd like to go and have a go. So I put some Supermoto wheels in my 450 Honda and went and had a ride, and I've been there ever since.
I used to do motocross up until I was 25, but I was getting too many injuries, and I had a shot on a CR500 Supermoto, and I quite enjoyed it, and since then I never looked back.
I got into Supermoto through my dad. He had me on a bike pretty much before I could walk, so... Mental.
Fun.
Excited.
3 words, that's very difficult.
Happy.
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 Thrilling.
Excited. Fun.
Exciting.
Nervous.
Alive.
Excited.
Excited.
Excitable.
Exciting.
Now think about that.
Nervous. I know they do a word count for this, so I'm just going to say loads of words so it comes up with loads of numbers at the bottom because I think that's really funny.
Thrilling.
Proud.
Exhilarating. Exciting. It's a release. It's a release.
Broken.
Sore.
Alive.
Great.
In some ways relaxed.
Adrenaline thrill.
No, we're going to have to come back to that one, I think.
Adrenaline rush. Fun.
The excitement.
And third word. Oh, I don't even know. Tiring? Yeah.
I've never done anything as exciting. I haven't. I've travelled the world with adventure trips and from the adventure background. I've ridden all different kinds of bikes, but this Supermoto is really addictive. It's fast and there's not much else I can say other than it's just real fun.
That's my 3 words.
The right. Yeah, just get a whole entire new bike, to be honest.
I don't know, too, and I'd probably lose a bit more weight. That's probably another one, lose a bit of weight.
The person that sits here.
Everything.
Probably another rider.
Probably some suspension work.
Maybe better suspension?
It'd still be my bike. My bike's perfect.
We'll give it to Trevor. He sorted out.
The rider.
To be honest, it wouldn't be the bike, it'd be the rider who lose a bit of weight. But I think everyone's pretty much saying the same thing.
Probably a deer, like a baby deer on an ice rink because I come off every 2 seconds.
A hippo. Because I'm big built and strong.
It depends. In the morning it could be a sloth. If I haven't woken up or had a coffee, it could be a sloth. Or then I'm trying to think of an animal that crashes well.
Drop bears.
Drop bears? What's a drop bear? A koala?
Trees.
Oh yeah! Koalas when they fall out of trees because I seem to fall off.
Mostly I have to go with Dearden's comment a few meetings, which he said a tank, so I suppose you say a bit of a rhino because it's hard to pass.
It's got to be a lion. Definitely a lion. Got a warm heart, but quite aggressive.
I'd say probably a panda because they're pretty calm. They've got a bit of weight on them, but when they want to pounce, they can.
Oh, I know, sloth. I'm lazy on the bike.
Probably like a swan because I'm not very stressed. I'm just like, I'm really like hyped up, but then I'm just like, I come up and I'm like, oh yeah, that was a good race. I'm not very like, stressed. I was just very calm.
My riding style probably be a Boston crab.
A rhinoceros, because I don't mind bulldozing people out the way.
I'd definitely say a sloth. Probably how much you learn from doing it. It's such a varied sport that you get so many different skills from it, and the paddock's by far the best paddock.
It's like a family. Everyone gets together, everyone mucks in, and everyone just gets, and it's enjoyment. I think that's the best one, enjoyment.
Actually racing other people. Riding on your own's fine, but racing with other people and sort of overtaking, being overtaken, getting the people back, yeah, that's the best thing about Supermoto.
It's got to be the paddock and everyone around who we're racing with and coming along with.
Probably the paddock, how everyone helps each other out and just how friendly everyone is.
Just the general paddock and the craft between it, it's great. Love it.
Everything, like your sociable racing, it's just best way to grow up.
Riding, racing and being with all your friends in paddock, and it's a very friendly paddock, all other teams, we all have a good laugh, especially when we get to be a 10.
Paddock, I think, the nice friendly paddock.
Everything, from the riders to the team, to the bikes, to the racing, everything. It's really good.
Seeing my wife and son and my dad up there on the bank. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't do it.
Getting to know you, getting to know all.
One big family.
Nice.
So welcome back then to Teesside Autodrome for Block 2 of our Round 7 of the Tripz UK British Supermoto Championship. We've already had our first block of races over and done with this morning and this afternoon. So I'm Phil G, alongside me Daniel Koenig. Fantastic racing, Danielle. It's been really good.
Yeah, that first block of racing has been absolutely brilliant. So we're just getting ready for our Supermoto Academy riders to head out for race 2. Again, that was a great first race for us opening up. Be sure to follow us on Instagram at British Supermoto, as well as our Facebook page. And also, if you're already watching live on the TNL Sports YouTube channel, you can also watch back our previous 6 rounds.
So as you said, this race was our opener this morning. Supermoto Academy, brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. That's the building company of Jay Smith, one of our top guys in our main class, and he's him and his company supporting this championship. So the grid then for this second race then will be Archie Ormrod, Isabel Wingate, Liam Pearson and Max Rhodes on row 1. Archie Reynolds, Jackson Bennett, Rip Jennings and Charlie Cunningham on row 2. Row 3 will be Leon Tall, Ruby Booth, Cole Reynolds and Lily Rhodes. And then on the final position will be the 338 of Charlie Smith. Fantastic race in the first one. It was all changed. We had 3-4 different leaders. It was as good as we got. It was changeable conditions, and we saw a couple of riders go down early on and everything. We saw Liam Pearson make his bid for the front, and then he fell on the last lap. Well, it was everything you want out of a race.
Yeah, I think track conditions have changed most for these guys. So when they went out, it was definitely still very in between wets and slicks. There was some very much damp patches. The dirt was a lot wetter. So these guys rode really, really well in very tricky conditions. And Archie Ormrod especially managing to take the win in race 1. Rode a great race. Behind him, that last lap was a little bit of carnage with... we had, I think it was Liam Pearson and Archie Reynolds both falling on the last lap in the dirt.
Yeah, Pearson went down just on the exit of this corner. It looked like he pushed the front on the exit, and we saw Archie Reynolds, as he came onto the dirt, he tried to put the squeeze on Archie Ormrod up the inside and just lost the rear and tried to avoid contact. But it was a great race. I won't say Isabel Wingate looked into second position, because she was right there until almost the start of the last lap, where I think she had a moment down the far end of the circuit, which kind of took her out of contention for the battle for the lead. But she was there to pick up the pieces. And this academy class, as I've said before, has takes riders, gets them used to being in the Supermoto paddock, racing on the tracks that the big guys and girls race on. And a lot of these, in fact, I'm thinking that probably of the top 8, only 2 of them don't have parents that are current racers or ex-racers. So a lot of second generation here, and that's always great to see. And the thing I like about this, all of these kids are here because they want to be here and they want to do it. And it's been a good class that's come through. We have our Bambinos, which are the really small guys that get to ride at the end of the day just to get themselves ready to come into this class. But we'll wait and see whether Archie Ormrod can do the same as he did in race 1. And away they go from the start. Good start there from a bit further back. Was that Cunningham on the outside? Not quite sure.
It looked like Charlie there with the white helmet on, getting a really good start. So he's there slotted into 4th behind the 150 of Liam Pearson on this first lap. But again, it is the number 40 of Archie Ormrod taking the whole shot, followed by Belle Wingate and then the 150 of Liam Pearson.
So tyre choice then, I would imagine that these guys are all on slicks now. They will have gone away from the wet-oriented tyres. The track is perfectly dry. We'll see if there's any changes. Archie Reynolds was the guy that really kind of got the... didn't get the rub of the green in that last one. He led it briefly and then ended up on the floor and finished 5th. So he'll be looking for a bit of redemption in this one. as they make their way up the into the off-road section for the first time. Just a little bit too much of a stretch for these guys. We've got the number 14 there in second position. They've made a really good start from I think second or third row. I'm quite sure who that is. Just looking at...
So, yep, that's the number 34 of Charlie Cunningham now up to second. So he's looked like he struggled in race 1. He finished, I think it was around the 8th or 9th mark.
So this is the 85cc engine in the smaller chassis. Yes, it is. I didn't recognise the bike, but that is definitely the stature of Cunningham. So he was 9th in the first race. So he's properly ripped a good start in this one. So he's second across the line. Wingate then comes across the line in third. And then it's Pearson, Reynolds, Lily Rhodes, Max Rhodes and Jackson Bennett. But it is still Ormrod that leads. They've already started to gap out a little bit at the front. Yeah, that is very much a different bike to what we're used to seeing Charlie Cunningham on. So, Belle Wingate then just getting just dropped off a little, although she is a bit of a terrier and she will stretch the cable on that little 85cc Husky and try and find her way back. And it does look like she is coming back a little bit and bringing the 150 gas of Liam Pearson with her as they blast down the back straight for the second time.
So I'm just looking through our timing screen and it looks like Archie Reynolds not quite sticking with this group just yet. So we've got, I think it's Archie Ormrod doing a 119.8, which is about a second faster than Charlie Cunningham at this point. So we'll have to keep an eye, see if Archie's able to pull a bit of a gap. It didn't look like he was able to in the first one, but this top 4 has changed. You can see Archie Reynolds now, he's catching up onto Belle Wingate. We look like we are missing Liam Pearson though.
No, there's I think that there was a pass made. Reynolds made a pass as they just went onto the dirt section. Pearson was trying to make a pass on Belle Wingate and left the door open, and Reynolds snuck by. So as they come onto the start-finish straight, and yeah, we can see that Pearson back to 5th. So he's going to have to get his finger out a little bit. Ormrod looking very, I wouldn't say sedate into there, but it's a lot of broken tarmac going into there. Really easy to get the front end patter in. So there is our new 4th place man then. So Archie Reynolds then, fastest lap of the race so far. And he is, of course, the son of team boss Paul Reynolds of the Automotive Solutions team. He's going to try and make a pass down the inside of Belle Wingate, but she is always so good on the brakes. Doesn't look like she brakes really hard into the corners, but she brakes where everybody else brakes, not as hard, and carries a lot more corner speed. And as a result, Reynolds not able to find a way down the inside. Pearson still there in 5th position, and those guys and girls have put a bit of a brake on the next group, which is headed up by Lily Rhodes in the background there, but it's a 5-rider battle for the lead. And Ormrod still, he's got to have his wits about him, because Cunningham is still there. I think it's fair to say that Cunningham's speed is primarily on the tarmac. He's definitely a better guy on the asphalt than the dirt, although he's not losing a lot of time.
No, they all look quite evenly matched here across this off-road section. So I think it's nice that it's rideable for these guys with the smaller wheels. It's nowhere near as wet as it was this morning. You can see dust now being kicked up slightly off their tyres. And they're all heading down. Liam Pearson keeping right onto the back there of Archie Reynolds as they head down this off-road.
So this corner here will be... Riders will be getting sucked into that, looking like it's a lot cleaner than it is. So I'm expecting that somebody will get caught out there before the race end as the finer powdered dust gets dragged down onto the tarmac. But Ormrod then just starting to get a little bit of daylight between himself and the number 34, the white helmeted Charlie Cunningham, as we look at Belle Wingate. Under pressure then from Reynolds. Ormrod then has taken the fastest lap, so that'll explain that his escape at the front. As we look down the inside, And this time Wingate is going to have to give best to the number 5 of Archie Reynolds. He set that one up from quite a way back, and there was nowhere for her to turn in. So this time Reynolds makes it stick. Pearson's just hanging on there as well. They just come up behind Charlie Smith. One of our, I think he's out there on a 150 Honda. He pulls over to the side of the track to let our leaders through. But it's amazing how these guys, they'll do a few races, get the feel of being out there on track, get a little bit of confidence, and get dragged along. The race leader then, Ormrod, still, this is probably the biggest gap that he's had for the whole of the first 1.5 races that we've done. And
there's still nothing between them.
No. And like I say, Cunningham he's the fresh one in the group, because like I say, he was well out of it in that first one, couldn't get to grips with the slimy conditions. Bell Wingate hasn't given up hope on getting onto the back of Cunningham.
So at the moment, as it stands, that the top 3 are all doing 1 minute 49 second laps, with it being Archie Reynolds doing a 1:49.0. So he is still currently the fastest on track. He was the fastest in race 1 as well, but that fall hampered his overall on that race.
Yeah, he put in a. He was going for the win there, and he wanted it bad enough, and we saw a little bit of a gap. But that top 3, they're still nose to tail. In fact, it does look like Cunningham is just getting a little bit closer. They have just started to gap out a bit on Bell Wingate. Pearson just falling away, and it's such a thing. Oh, dive down the inside. That was brave. Loads of grip on the inside there on the brakes, but you've got that stack of tyres which closes that corner up. But Cunningham was brave there. I still think that one of these guys should give the run to the outside. Archie Reynolds then looking like he was having a look down the inside of Cunningham. This is where racecraft comes in, but sometimes taking an alternative line and getting caught out on gravel and ending up on the floor as the result of trying something different is not ideal. There's a long look over the shoulder there from Ormrod, and you'll hear the other riders that are there as they come across the line to complete another lap, and it will be the last lap flag this time by. So Ormrod gonna be in the box seat as they start this final circuit. And this FF Design Solutions, and a nice route move around the outside from Reynolds, but he showed the outside of the track by Cunningham.
Yeah, Charlie there not giving him an inch. So if Archie was going to try to get him around the outside there, he was going to have to be a little bit closer.
And Cunningham now covering the inside to stop Reynolds getting a run on him, and Pearson looking like he's going to have a bit of a punt down the inside of Bell Wingate, and he does make it, but doesn't make it stick. Missed a gear on the way out by the look of it, so it's still all to play for on this final lap. And all of a sudden, Ormrod has managed to run and hide at the front. Cunningham having to fend off the challenge of Reynolds, as here we see Pearson round the outside. He tried this move in the damp this morning, and all of a sudden he's up to 4th. Is he going to be brave and try this outside line in the off-road? Oh, and he's gone down. He took the front.
Oh, nightmare for Liam in that one.
Oh, that's a shame. But look, this is competitive. They're trying to make stuff happen. Looks like he's going to hold on to that 5th position.
Yep, luckily the bike didn't cut out, so he's managed to rejoin fairly quickly. But just as he got past as well, a really great move around the outside there.
So Cunningham not able to close down Archie Ormrod. Ormrod just got to keep it on 2 wheels into this final couple of corners, and he will take his 2nd victory of the day on that DCR KTM. He will take victory. Cunningham then comes across the line and takes a great second. Reynolds will be third. And then it will be Bell Wingate across the line in fourth. Pearson comes across the line in fifth. Lily Rhodes then recovering from a crash in the first race to finish sixth in front of brother Max. Then it will be the 79 of Jackson Bennett. Well, another decent race then from our academy class. Much better conditions than they had this morning, where it was, I wouldn't even say it was changeable, it was positively snotty, and they were probably the ones, like you said earlier on, Danielle, to have the worst of the conditions.
Yeah, I think track conditions have definitely improved most considerably for these guys. It'll be like riding a completely different track, so their lap times in this one will have been a lot better. Speaking of lap times, Archie Ormrod managed to do the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, so he wasn't resting on his laurels with a bit of a gap behind him.
Definitely not.
He managed a 1:48.9.
So Charlie Smith on that 150 Honda comes across the line to complete his race, and those Hondas, they used to be the weapon of choice in this class, but nowadays not so much. But like I say, he's in the first throes of his Supermoto career, so no doubt he'll be finding his feet and getting to grips with being out there racing on these circuits. Not to say we raced here yesterday in the opposite direction, and these guys and girls didn't get to use the dirt section. They kind of used the shortened national track, which meant that they didn't have to deal with the off-road. So that's our academy class. Next up will be British Supermoto C, brought to you by Technitive, our broadcast partners for the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship. Like I say, round 7 here at Teesside. We're blessed with sunny and bluish skies. Looking out the window, seeing the skies like an episode of The Simpsons. Here's our guys in the holding area then. We saw Kyle Eccleston win, and second place went to
Paul Reynolds.
So Paul managed to find his way up into the B group, so those guys will be gone. And on the pole for this one is Brett Haley. Now, he should have sat there yesterday in the first race of the C group next to me good self, but unfortunately bike problems for Brett yesterday kept him out of action. But Chris Walker stepped in to loan Brett Haley a bike, and I say Chris, the owner of Tripz.UK, the motorhome hire company, who are sponsoring this British Supermoto Championship, also the provider of the equipment that we used this weekend to put our dirt section in to great effect. And so Haley then sitting there on pole from the 698 of Jake Sayer. Then it's the number 98 of Jamie Rigsworth in fourth. Slater in third.
Then row 2, we have the 38 of Dean Smith, then the 97 of Dax Almond, 164 Sean Jones, and 614 of Mark Adamson. Row 3, we have the 145 Luke Armitage, the rookie for this weekend, 691 Carl Geary, 236 Dan Spencer, and 56 Luke Hutchison. Then row 3, 95 John Oakes, 351 Rick Owen, 14 Gavin Scaife, and 714 Andrew Goodsall. And row 4, 77 of Michael Whittam, 671 of Steve Smith, the 184 of Farron Young, and the 311 of Tommy Sayer. And rounding out the grid is the 333 of Tarni Atwood.
So here is our podium then from our academy class. Archie Reynolds there in third position, Archie Ormrod our winner, and Charlie Cunningham there, number 34, in second position. Wave for the camera, guys. Thank you very much. That was a great race, and we look forward to seeing you out there on track for the final academy race of the day. And those boys and girls giving us a great set of races so far. We can say, we wouldn't believe that we'd have had dust here today, but the wind and the sunshine has dried the track out to almost perfection. So full slicks even on this dirt section. I've actually rode motocross, as I said before, last weekend on full knobblies, and I guarantee you that I've got more grip round this track on slicks on the off-road than I have there. The number 77 of Michael Whittam. I say that's the change in the colour of the ground there. And 698 of Jake Sayer. Slater there in second position, and the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth.
See there in the background, I think that was the 97 of Dax Almond there, getting his whole shot device clipped on for him by Kirk.
So an update on our live championship positions then at the moment. Then it is Chris Hodgson from Jamie Duncan from Blakeman in third. So that's to come up later on. So a nice update on our point situation for the weekend as we wait for this British Supermoto C. Brought to you by Technative to get off the line, and it is the 51 of Slater, but it is Wadgy Smith from row 2. He was a fast starter yesterday. Absolutely smoked me. Brett Haley cuts across the front of him. The 98 of Wrigglesworth on the Bathmate Husky round the outside. Oh, this is always such a dodgy view when you're seeing everybody coming in on the brakes. Sayer getting a bit giddy, just almost taking somebody out. Somebody lost the front there. That's Hutchinson, by the looks of it.
So he was a faller at the start of the first race as well.
He went down in the dirt section, didn't he? Yep. So Luke Hutchinson then just grabbing a bit too much front brake. Our race leaders then already down to the far end of the circuit for the first time. And Hutchinson already back underway. But we'll see if he can pull through. But front end of that Husky looking pretty twisted. So let's have a look. So it is the 154 of Brett Haley that leads. So we just watch this for. Looks like he did that all on his own. Don't think anybody else was involved. But a big pass there in the bottom by Jason Slater. So Slater showing no mercy. Finds his way up the inside of Brett Haley. Jamie Wrigglesworth there, 98 in third on the Bathmate Husky. So it is the Tripz.UK number 51 KTM of Jason Slater that leads across the line at the end of lap 1. Wrigglesworth in third. Looks like it might be Sayer there in fourth. And then the 38 of Wadgy Smith in fifth. But Mark Adamson it is that comes across the line fourth. So Smith has made a bit of a nonsense. Slater looks like he's got a problem.
Yep, he gone a bit wide there. Not sure if that's a bike issue or just sort of a misjudgment making his way into that bottom corner.
So whatever happened to Slater then, whether I know he's got issues with his hand. He's recovering from a couple of shoulder surgeries or shoulder injuries, and struggling to hold on a little bit yesterday. So maybe he's just decided that being at the front is not for him, and he just needs to keep his powder dry a little bit and not risk too much. So it is Brett Haley who leads. Jamie Wrigglesworth there, the number 98 then. Onto the back.
Jamie making that step up now. So race 1 I noticed he wasn't quite making that cleanly enough, so good to see him sort of improving through this off-road section.
And Slater's still there on the back of these guys, so it is a Tripz.UK 1-3 because that bike of that Haley's out there on. Again, let's not do him a disservice, he's not seen that, but and Slater putting the shoulder on Rig at the top of the hill there.
Yeah,
that was and it looks like also Sayer was trying to fire himself down the inside. So plenty of contact as they come across the line. Sayer didn't make the pass, but that was all pretty close. But that's what you've got to do. It's so difficult to pass. So whatever Slater's issue was at the end of the circuit, on the previous lap, he looks like he's back up to speed. Whether he missed a gear coming round here or he got a problem with his tyre, but he's certainly looking like he's back on it. But that has let Brett Haley escape at the front, and he's got a good 10 or 15 bike length lead as Rig throws it down the inside.
Yep, he's not letting him have it back so easily. So these two, Slayer didn't look happy with that one. A bit of a hand off the bar moment there for Wriggles going down the inside. So we'll see if Jason can catch back up to him over this off-road section. But he's now got the 698 of Jake Sayer going up the inside as they make their way. But Run really deep there into the bottom corner now.
I will say that having been on the grid with Jake Sayer in the first one, and he nearly went straight on in the first turn, he's a bit optimistic with some of his braking points, and that allowed Slater to come back through, but they're both making that uphill step quite nicely. But Brett Haley is just gapping away at the front. You see he's got 5 or 6 bike lengths on Jamie Wrigglesworth.
Of these 3, I would say that it is Slater that's looking a little bit cleaner through this off-road section.
He's got a good off-road pedigree, Jason Slater, into his motocross. He rides more old stuff than I do, and he's a decent rider. The rest of the field come through. Andy Goodsall there, Dan Spencer, Luke Armitage, then our rider of the day from yesterday, Farron Young, Carl Geary, Wadgie Smith, all in a great battle there in the midfield. This is our race leader, and as much as he's started to gap away from Jamie Wrigglesworth earlier in that lap, the number 98 has got a wriggle on, and he's closed that gap down now with the fastest lap of the race. So fastest lap of the race to the number 98 then of Jamie Wrigglesworth.
Yep, I think having Jason Slater go by him at the top of that off-road section may have lit a rocket under him for this next lap. So he's now hunting down the 154 of Brett Haley as they make their way down to the bottom end of the circuit. So Jamie trying to keep a nice tight line through here. We did see him try a few times round the outside, so he's not quite close enough here, but...
There's a battle in the midfield then. Wadgie Smith trying to make a run on the 164 down the back straight. So Wrigglesworth went to the outside there, so he wasn't following Brett Haley, but he didn't gain him any ground. In fact, it probably lost him a couple of bike lengths. And Sayer in the background has now managed to find his way past Jason Slater. So Sayer will, he's not afraid of putting the bike where it needs to be. And he's closing in quickly. Slater's still there in 4th on the Tripz.UK KTM. 5th place then.
Yep, so Jamie Wrigglesworth now in this infield section, getting all over the back of the 154 of Brett Haley. I think he might try for a move around the outside here if he can get close enough. If not, I think it'll be on the brakes into this bottom corner here. So
Rig lining up. Is he going to have a lunge down the inside?
Not quite close
Haley
enough.
just gets there in front of him. That's, like I say, that head-on shot. You never really know until they start to tip in who's got the advantage, and Sayer is starting to close up. We've not got the Jason Slater is not showing on our timing, but he is there in 4th position, I do believe, still, as our race leader does run a bit wide. It's Dax Ullman then that is currently showing in 4th on live timing, but I believe he's 5th on circuit. Brett Haley likes to stand up. Riggs sends it off. So this is going to be a big move around the outside then for Sayer. So next lap then, watch for this. Sayer jumps the step, goes to the outside. He'll go to the outside here. He'll make a pass on Wrigglesworth, no doubt. Here he goes, up the outside. It's almost like I've done this, isn't it?
Hey,
so that was a great move by Sayer. There's Slater. And those guys have gone. They've checked out on the rest of the field. This is Dax Owen coming across the line, but here's our race leaders then back across the line. So Haley still leads, but it is now 2nd for Jake Sayer. Rider there in trouble coming up the hill. That looked like that might have been Farron Young having a bit of a moment. Not a rear wheel puncture, but certainly looked like he was struggling. So Jake Sayer then moves up to 2nd position, and of course, being the last lap, it's all or nothing now, because these guys want to try and find their way into the B group for the final race of the day. So it isn't just points that are at stake here; it's bragging rights for getting yourself up onto the into the B group, which obviously then gives you the opportunity to score even more points in the final race. But it is Brett Haley then that leads to the far end of the. We're going to watch Sayer now. Sayer will line him up down here. He'll run in. wide into the off-road. He'll try not to give too much room to Jamie Wrigglesworth, but Sayer then, he's going to go up the outside, up the step into the berm, round the outside. Is he going to make a move? No, Haley still holds it by a bike length. Wrigglesworth's right there, so Sayer now down the outside into the off-road, over the step, round the outside, on the gas. He's through at the bottom of the hill.
What
Excellent.
a move.
That was a great pass.
Great
So
pass there
Sayer
from
then
Jake.
takes the lead on the final lap, and that's the beauty of this new off-road section, the ability to take different lines. And Sayer will take... Oh no, we've got last lap flag now, sorry. We've got last lap flag was on our... up on our screen. We've actually got one to go, so last lap flag is out. So there's still a chance for Wrigglesworth to put a pass on Brett Haley. But Sayer already showing that he's had the speed to catch these guys. Yeah, because if you remember, we cut to the battle a bit further down the field as these guys crossed the line on the last lap. So Haley looking like he wanted a bit of a punt down the inside of Jake Sayer there, and he's done it. Sayer outbraked himself again.
Yep.
And he's back to third. Riggs had him back. Oh, this race just keeps on giving.
Yep, Sayer making too many mistakes there on the tarmac.
Oh, he's blown that. But he was very sketchy on the brakes a couple of times yesterday. And in fairness to him, he's a novice. I don't think he's been riding very long. And the speed is coming. He'll know that he's got what it takes to get to second now. Is Rigg going to block him? Rigg goes to the outside and sends it. So Rigg's gone the long way round. Oh, and he's opened the door. Oh, there was no way real... I must say he's done that wrong. Is he going to do it again? Sayer rides around the outside and Haley tries to close him off. Sayer forces back to the way to the front again.
Yeah, Jake's really showing his sort of off-road prowess through that off-road section. Great move there, round the outside of both Brett and Jamie.
So this time then, we will give the checkered flag to the 698 of Jake Sayer. That's a great win for him. Second will be Brett Haley, and I'm sure disappointed with third, although it was a great ride, will be Jamie Wrigglesworth. And that was another great race. We were being treated to some classic action here as we watched Dan Spencer come up the off-road step, fourth rider then across the line. That does look like it is Jason Slater, and he is struggling with his arms. And it's Dax Almond
See there,
and
Farron.
Dean Wadgy Smith. So another great race, and again, 4 lead changes in the last 2 laps.
Yep, I think we owe a big shout out to Tripz, Dean Hillier and Farron Young for that race.
Yes.
Because that off-road section made
Exactly
it.
So again, I thought that Rigg jumping up the outside was the way to go there. I thought he might have the legs on Brett Haley, but he just gave up a spot in the end of the day. And that was an excellent race. And we will see Brett Haley. I'm really annoyed now that I didn't get to ride with Brett yesterday, because that would have been good fun. But Brett will move up to the back of the B group with Jake Sayer for our final group of races of the day. So plenty of excitement, and there's the Bathmate replay. Oh, this was the Jason Slater and Jamie Wrigglesworth moment, and Slater put the hard word on Jamie Rigg at the top of the hill, and that was definitely a move. And again, Rigg down the inside of Slater. All of these guys wanted it.
Yep, some really, really close racing.
And this was where Sayer nearly came. I think Slater just reaching up to do a roll-off or something there. And this is where Sayer then trying to find his way round. But as I said before, Slater struggling with the Supermoto bike, with getting his with his arms. And here's the move again. Sayer round the outside of Jamie Wrigglesworth, and again, and then finally round the outside of our race leader Brett Haley for the second time of asking.
I think this is the move where Brett Haley took it back.
But that's a cracking race, and like I say, Sayer just needs to calm down a little bit, because that's a bit unfair. He's riding really well. He's finding his feet in the sport, and he knows where he wants to go. And that was a brilliant move. Thank you to the Bathmate boys for that, sponsoring that replay. And here is our our podium then from our second C Group race today, brought to you by our broadcast partners, Technative. There is Jamie Wrigglesworth, and again, part of the Bathmate crew. Great guys, Rig. And I'm sure he's telling Sayer that he's absolutely owned him in the dirt. And but yeah, Rig's struggling to get his helmet off. So a good third then for Jamie Wrigglesworth. He's blowing a bit. There is your race winner, Jake Sayer. He's going to get his helmet off. And Brett Haley, I'm going to tell Brett to take his helmet off so we can see how young he really is. But that was a great ride from Brett Haley. And like I said, good to see him out there again today after having mechanical issues yesterday. And Chris Walker stepping up with the loan of a bike for him. Dave Dearden will hand out our first, second and third place plaques to our podium guys.
But up next we have race 2 for our British Supermoto Group B, which is brought to us by Automotive Solutions based in York. So team boss of Automotive Solutions, Paul Reynolds, he's actually made his way up to the back of the B Race 2, following on from winning C Race 1. But our grid starts with the number 8 of Paul Rhodes on pole, followed by Paul Groom, Luca Jennings and Craig Forshaw making up the front row. Then we have Blaine Pearson, James Wood, the 666 of Darrell Pennington and the 44 of Josh Jasper, who is making his comeback this round following breaking his ankle at Rowra earlier on in the year. Then row 3, we have the 817 of Harley Sharp, the 125 of Dean Wingate, the 111 of Duncan Wright, and the 188 of Seth Gibson. And then the 2 rounding up the rear are our C Group Race 1 winners, so Kyle Eccleston and Paul Reynolds.
So it'll be interesting to see what Eccleston and Reynolds can do from the back of the grid. I will be honest, I think that I will expect to see Eccleston maybe make a little bit more progress, but it depends if Paul Reynolds gets his elbows out on the first couple of corners. As we're looking there at the 58 Automotive Solutions Honda of Craig Forshaw. He had a wheel bearing problem yesterday that put him out of one of the B Group races, but good to see that they got that bike all fixed and sorted out. There is Josh Jasper. There's Darrell Pennington. He got caught out early on in that race and ended up on the floor, as did the 817 of Harley Sharp. They were fixing that bike over the lunch break. And he's hopefully okay, uninjured, but quite happy with the fact that he was putting in the fastest laps. As we wait then for the lights to change, we wait for Andy on the front of the grid to point at the start lights, and away they go. Who's going to take the whole shot? Here's the 138 Tripz.UK KTM off Paul Groom that takes the whole shot into turn 1. Looks like that might be what's that round the outside? That's Forshaw round the outside. And Paul Rhodes drifts it into turn 2 then. So Rhodes it is that leads from Groom. Then it's Forshaw. And it looks like the 44 of Josh Jasper. And I think that might be the 151 of Blaine Pearson there in 5th as they make their way down to the far end of the first for the first time, Danielle.
Yep, so great start for Groomy, taking the whole shot there. We know he's got quite a lot of off-road prowess himself, so into this off-road section. It looks like Paul Rhodes has managed to just pip him into the off-road there, so he was the man on the move in race 1 of the Bs. Not quite having enough laps to be able to catch back up after that incident on, I think it was the first lap, but them two pulling away.
Yeah, I'm expecting these two to run and hide at the front of this one, to be honest. Eccleston goes through. He's made up a bunch of places, I think, on the first couple of laps on this one. Paul Reynolds, not so much. Everybody safely through as they come down to the first lap. So it is going to be Paul Rhodes then across the line from the 138 of Paul Groom. And those guys already checked out to the tune of a couple of seconds at the front of this one. So it's just a case of whether Groomy can hang on to the back of our race leader Paul Rhodes and get dragged away, or whether he's going to be sucked back into the battle, where we've got Craig Forshaw, Blaine Pearson, Harley Sharp's made a good start there, Josh Jasper, Luca Jennings, Eccleston up to 8th, Pennington 9th, and James Wood there in 10th. And like I say, this B group, it's such a competitive class. The gap from the front to the back of the grid is maybe only a second and a half, and it's so difficult to try and squeeze by when all of the riders are so close in ability. And it looks like Forshaw is already starting to close up a little bit on the back of Paul Groom, because that doesn't look like a 3-second gap this time. And as you can see, the number 8 of Paul Rhodes is already gone. So Groom is going to find himself on the front of a 5-rider battle for second place. He just needs to try and keep away. Harley Sharp then. Again, the rider that, as I said before, came through our academy, does the decent thing, doesn't follow. Rouse round the outside. He's got Josh Jasper for company. Eccleston there, looking like he's just made a move on Luca Jennings. So we're all to play for. And again, it's all about championship points as well, but moving up to the other group enables you to score higher in your final race of the day. We'll see what the gap is. So 2.5 seconds then. Paul Rose is a 1:32.7. Well, the gap between Groomy and Forshaw looks like it went up on that lap against the run of play. So what I would say is that Paul Groom is considerably quicker than the rest of these guys through the dirt, which, in fairness, I would expect him to be, being a good ex-motocross guy. Well, not an ex-motocross guy, still a motocross guy. So what we're seeing is the ebbs and flows of Supermoto, the tarmac experts, the guys who are fast on the black stuff, being able to just pull an extra half a second or a second here and there. And then the motocross guys taking the advantage in the off-road. So although Groom looked like he was getting caught, it'll be interesting to have an intermediate split there. The gap certainly goes back out in the off-road. So Forshaw and Pearson are the guys that are looking like they're going to need. There's a bit of a problem there for Forshaw. He just didn't get up that step at all, did he? He didn't commit to that. And whether he's got a problem or not, I don't know. But Harley Sharp will run round the outside. Craig Forshaw certainly going backwards a little bit there. Blaine Pearson.
Yep, Harley's now all over the back of Craig through here, whereas on the tarmac there was a bit of a gap. So Craig looking like he's having a few issues, didn't look comfortable through that off-road section at all.
No, he didn't get the jump on the way in, and then that's just scuppered him on the way out. So Groomy then, still Paul Groom on the Tripz.UK KTM. Yeah, he's got plenty of daylight left, so I think these two are going to be away at the front for the rest of the race. Kyle Eccleston has found his way onto the back of Josh Jasper, so fair to say that Josh, he's been off the bike for quite a while and had quite a bad injury. So we're used to seeing him as top 10 in the A group kind of thing, but he's just riding himself back into fitness. It's never easy to jump straight back in, and a decent day yesterday. So Blaine Pearson then, looks like Craig Forshaw has whatever issue he may have had, he looks like he's started to close back in a little bit, but he certainly didn't seem to get good drive up this off-road section, and as a result that just cost him a place. And he's okay this time by the looks of it.
Yep, so I think it's also worth mentioning that at the moment Kyle Eccleston's currently doing a 1:33.9, which would put him around third place with Blaine Pearson. So he will be looking for a way past the number 44 of Josh Jasper in this little midfield pack that he's in.
So Eccleston looking like he was trying to make a move on Jasper down the bottom there, and also Forshaw just not getting out of that corner at the bottom again as they come on to the start-finish straight. Our low-level camera there just showing the speed onto this start-finish straight. This was really treacherous this morning in the damp conditions as the bikes go light as you come out of the corner. So Harley Sharp has indeed made his way past Craig Forshaw. So Forshaw just not able to get through that off-road section for whatever reason. And Eccleston all over the back of the 44 of Josh Jasper as they're down the far end of the circuit. This is where Harley Sharp just had an issue in the first race, just owned up to just getting in there a little bit hot and took in the front on the brakes. But the youngster then, like I say, saw him and his dad both win a race at the opening round at Three Sisters, I think, earlier in the year. And he's come through our academy class. And now up there on a 450, mixing it with the front end of this B group.
Yeah, I think this B class offers a lot of different classes as well. So we've also got some novice riders, elites and clubmen all racing together on track. So not only are they racing for the position and moving up to this A race, but they are also racing for points in their individual classes. So,
oh, that was a pass. Harley Sharp round the outside of Blaine Pearson.
There.
So that was what I was on about. Giving it, you know, not full send, but he put Pearson under pressure. He carried the speed up the hill, got past him on the jump. So now all of a sudden we've got the number 817 of Harley Sharp is closing down on. Here we go. He gets the drive up the hill. Pearson just on the loose. Sharp's committed. He's got the room there to do it, so he's committed and gone long there. And he carries the speed over the second jump. There's nothing at all that Pearson can do about it. Sharp's already there, committed to the corner. That was a great pass from the youngster. So now he's going to be closing down on the 138 of Paul Groom. He's not going to pull that move on Paul Groom in a hurry, I don't think, because Groomy's a bit...
I think he'll try.
He'll try.
I think he'll try.
And he will be sick as a parrot if he does manage it. So this is the battle then for the final transfer position. And Harley Sharp then right on the back of the 138 Tripz.UK KTM off Paul Groom. Just tries to have a look on the inside. Send it up the jump. He goes to the inside. Oh, Groom's gone wide. Sharp's up the inside of him. Oh, that was a great pass. It almost looked like Harley changed his mind last minute when he saw Groomy going wide. And so Harley Sharp then moves his way up to second position. That's a great recovery, because don't forget, he was on the floor quite hard in race one. And that's a battle from a mid-pack start. So Harley Sharp then up to second position on the 817 Bathmate Husqvarna.
Yeah, so great move from Harley there. Take him up to second, which should put him in a transfer position to move up to the back of the A race for race 3. But it is still Paul Rhodes out in front now with a 5.7 second gap over Harley Sharp. It doesn't look like Harley's going to be able to close that gap down enough, as there's only 2 laps to go in this race. But he is already breaking away from Groomy. It is Harley, though, that has just done the fastest lap with a 1:32.304. So that's about 0.2 quicker than the previous fastest lap set by Paul Rhodes. As they head now down to the bottom end of the circuit toward this off-road section. Harley not taking the super tight line there, drifted slightly wide and then cutting back on himself. It looks like Groomy's now under pressure from the 151 of Blaine Pearson as they head into this off-road section.
So yeah, that was this is where the pass happened last lap, and Harley Sharp, although he crashed in that last one, he said, well, I know I had the fastest time in the race. I know if I can get a decent start, I can come through, and that's exactly what he's done. So he just needs to be, I'll say, fairly not caught napping. He's not got anybody coming from behind him that he hasn't already passed. So it's in his gift to keep that second position. There's nobody motoring through. As the last lap flag then is already out. So Rhodes across the line from the 817 of Harley Sharp that we're now looking at. Paul Groom there in third, Blaine Pearson fourth. And the rest of the riders then have just dropped off a little bit. And Josh Jasper, Darrell Pennington, Kyle Eccleston. In fact, Darrell Pennington on the move a little bit, because he's managed to come through and put a pass on Kyle Eccleston. So Pennington, another rider that went down early on in our race one, and he's managed to claw his way back, so that'll give him a second row start for the final race of the day.
But now back with our race leader, the number 8 of Paul Rhodes of the team RWJ. So both his youngsters racing in the academy class, having good rides. But it is Rhodes now as he comes through the off-road section for the final time of this race. clearing that tabletop as he takes the inside line. A few riders a bit unsure if they were going to be able to make this jump from the inside this morning, but with these drying conditions it's been relatively easy. But he's taking it nice and steady down there. He doesn't look like he's doing anything silly there as he
look
comes
over
round.
the shoulder. So he'll probably just pop a nice wheelie as he comes over the line, as he usually does, and he'll take a nice victory. And a really good recovery ride from Harley Sharp. He'll take an excellent second position. Paul Groom will take third on the Tripz.UK KTM. Fourth place will be Blaine Pearson as we watch the remainder of the field coming up through the off-road section. Our good battle further down then for the rest of the leaderboard positions, and Forshaw, Josh Jasper, Darryl Pennington come across the line. In fact, Jasper then getting relegated to 8th with Pennington and Eccleston finding their way by on the last lap. I would imagine that's more down to the fact that Josh Jasper feeling the effects of his injuries over the course of the day and just running out of energy a little bit. So that was a great second race then for our Automotive Solutions B Championship. We'll just go then to our Bathmate replay. And here we are, our race winner then, the number 8 of Paul Rhodes. Like I say, he's now a veteran of the series. I think he's 41 or 42, been around the sport as long as I have. He was one of the guys in the paddock back in the early 2000s when we first came here. And good to see him still going. And we've got Seth Gibson and
Luca Jennings
475 of Luca Jennings.
Always one to be popping a very good wheelie.
Luca, he had a crash down the back straight here that we didn't see at the first round and never really got to the bottom of how he managed to do that, but I think he got he just moved over onto the grass and went down. But that was a fantastic race, and fastest lap then was Harley Sharp, and he took a very good second place. So we will start the final race of the day in our A group on the back row of the grid, and we will now then move on to our next race, which will be our British Supermoto A Race 2. As the riders in the holding area, Chris Hodgson then on the Michelin Shod Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. There's a 33 of Jay Smith on the Humber Garage Racing Honda. Like I say, he was just happy to be there or thereabouts with the guys on the podium having had lots of issues with injury this year. 54 Richard Blakeman then makes his way out onto the grid. The 108 of Dean Hillier. The 42 of Ollie Holmes. Those guys, Ollie Holmes and Jack Nation, came up from the B Group race. And Richard Sharp then, who I apologise for putting the commentator's curse on in race 1, as we gave him the big build-up and he ended up on the floor.
So during the lunch break I was actually chatting to both Ollie and Jack Nation, saying how good it was to watch their racing, and Jack actually mentioned that during that race he didn't actually realise it was Ollie Holmes he was fighting with for the Clubman Championship. So as much as we were mentioning how important it was for them, he didn't realise until Oliver went past him.
So Supermoto A then. Here is our podium then for our B Group race. Then number 8, Paul Rhodes in the centre there on the number 8. Great ride from Paul Rhodes. Harley Sharp then, one of those pesky kids that comes through and spoils it for everybody. A great ride into second place. And Paul Groom then, he'll start on pole for the final B Group race of the day. And that was a great battle it had. But Harley Sharp's battle from recovering from the back of the pack, some great passes in the off-road, saw him get his way into second, and he will make his way onto the back of the A Group grid. But it is our A Group riders then into the off-road section. Oh, looking at getting a bit racy up the hill. Oh, nice bit of leg swag then from Jay Smith. But Our British Supermoto A brought to you by Automotive Solutions. And we had a cracking race in this one. Richard Sharp then, he looked like it was going to be a man on the move. There's 155 Chris Walker. He's the owner of Tripz.uk, the motorhome company motorhome hire company that's sponsoring this championship, and owner of the team, and himself and Jason Slater and also Paul Groom, who we just saw get on the podium there for the third position in race 2 of our B group as Jamie Duncan comes to the line. And we've got the 100 of Alex Mullaney, but it will be Chris Hodgson from Jamie Duncan, Jay Smith and Richard Blakeman on row 1. Richard Sharp, number 4 of David Pearce, 100 of Alex Mullaney and 108 of Dean Hillier on row 2. Row 3 will be Andy Mitchell, Chris Walker 155, Peter Bennett and Ian Bremner, and on the back row of the grid will be the number 42 of Oliver Holmes and the number 55 of Jack Nation. There is Andy Mitchell on the Team Bathmate 450 KTM SMR. He's the godfather of the sport, been around as long as I can remember, still a top performer. Was within a hair of being in Superpole earlier on, just got picked at the end there and didn't quite manage it, but still a solid performer on his day as we wait for the lights to go out, and away they go. And who's it going to be into turn 1? It looks like it's going to be Hodgson, but Jay Smith runs wide round the outside. Oh, there's big gaps. Blakeman who's going to stick it around the inside here as they go in. He's going to show the grass to Jay Smith as they all come into the corner. Oh, this is all getting tight. Bremner's come from nowhere. Bremner's made a killer start because he was last. So will be interesting to see how that pans out, whether he's just ragged around the outside of everybody. But after being on the front row in the first one and ended up on the floor, Bremner has made a killer start, and he was almost looking at the outside of Jay Smith. He's in front of Richard Sharp, so it's a great start for Ian Bremner as they make their way round onto the off-road for the first time. You watch the leaders then on that uphill step. And this is our Supermoto should be. Dry conditions. Jamie Duncan then trying to get a run. Hodgie goes to the outside. Is Duncan going to get a run? Oh, he's done him. Moves over. That was a block pass and a half, but that's what you get at this level of racing. That was perfect from Jamie Duncan. Hodgie gave him the inside line, and all Duncan did was row around the inside and move over and shut the door. Gave the number 1 nowhere to go. Fantastic pass there then from Jamie Duncan. So it's Duncan from Hodgson, from Blakeman, then Jay Smith. Richard Sharp has managed to find his way past Ian Bremner. So he'll be hopefully onto the back of this group. But that was an absolute top draw move there from Jamie Duncan. The number 7 Contract Solutions KTM. Needed no second invitation. And these are the 2 boys that are fighting for the championship, Danielle.
Yeah.
It's all to play for.
Chris was fast round that bottom corner yesterday, and a few riders did comment how fast he was going into corners as well as coming out. So it looks like Rich Blakeman there all over the back of Chris Hodgson as well, so he's trying to get in on the bit of this action.
Oh, Hodgson down the inside. He's going to run wide. Duncan's not able to do it. Blakeman's there as well. Oh, this has got all the ingredients of a top race. We saw a clash between Blakeman and Duncan there last year. So Duncan goes to the outside, Blakeman to the inside. Smith there in 4th. Sharpie's still there in 5th. Oh, a bit of a last-minute change of line then. And this time Blakeman does to Duncan what Duncan did to Hodgson, so Blakeman's up to 2nd. And this is the beauty of this dirt section. If you follow, then you're leaving yourself open to the outside. This is top racing. So Hodgson then now from Blakeman. Blakeman was disappointed, I think, with his first race effort. Just didn't get away with these guys and got tailed off. But he's got the speed and he's right there with Chris Hodgson.
Yes, it looked like Chris Hodgson there made that late decision, so it meant that Jamie couldn't carry just enough speed around the outside to be able to then have enough for Richard going up the inside. So Chris there, a lot of racecraft, he's been doing this a lot of years, he knew what he was doing there, but it's now Richard Blakeman putting all the pressure on him on this tarmac infield section as they head down.
Oh, what a pass. Blakeman stuffs it up the inside. Hodgie just covered the inside on the way in.
Jamie tried following him in
made, Blakeman will do it. What an excellent move by the fat and fast KTM rider. I'm a big fan of Richard Blakeman. Oh, here comes Duncan. if there's a pass to be had, Blakeman will make it happen. So all of a sudden we have a new race leader then, the number 54 of Richard Blakeman. That was half a gap. Hodgie didn't do anything wrong. Here comes Duncan round the outside. So what's Hodgie going to do? Is he going to follow? Is he going to go the other way? Oh, they all one after the other. That's a surprise. But none of them dare give up any track position. So Blakeman leads them from Duncan as they... it's a shame that none of our crowd can see what we can see on the... Obviously, they've got the big screen on the inside, so they can see what we can see.
See the Bathmate replay there of that move up the inside by Richard. Chris tapping to go slightly wide. It looked like Jamie was trying to find a way through as well, but there just wasn't quite enough space for him. So now as they enter this next lap, it's Richard, followed by the number 1 of Chris Hodgson, then Duncan and Smith.
Jay looking like he's just struggling on to hold the wheel of Jamie Duncan. Richard Sharp holding on there as well. And then it's a 10-second gap now back to... Dean Hillier again showing that he's got the speed to be there. He's a busy man, is Dean Hillier. Got a big business to run and a big family and races for fun. And he's there or thereabouts. He's going to be solidifying his championship position. So Hillier, Bremner and Mullaney, they are making the midfield battle, but we just can't stop watching this battle for the lead. Blakeman just starting to the gapping away a little bit from Jamie Duncan. Is Hodgson just trying to keep his powder dry?
So we head into this off-road section now. It's all about line choices here. We'll see. It looks like Richard's going to the inside, so Jamie's taking that outside line, railing that outside berm, but isn't quite close enough to be able to make a move on the number 1 of Chris Hodgson there. None of them sending up that hill yet either. We did mention it.
No, but it's really difficult, and where that hump is, it's properly difficult. But what they are doing now is landing almost onto that bump, so they are carrying a lot more speed up the hill. We see the rest of the field coming through. Well, that was Chris Walker then up the coming up the steps. And this rest of the field making their way through the off-road. But this battle at the front, we've had some fantastic racing here today, and this Teesside circuit offers everything a supermoto rider could want. Fast corners, brilliant off-road, some technical tight stuff. It really is a supermoto racer's dream. I thoroughly enjoyed getting around here yesterday, and it's great to see Richard Blakeman just getting his head down. I don't think he's got the straight line speed. Oh, a bit of smoke out the back of Hodgie's bike there as he fires his way up the inside. It's a bit of a puff from the number 1. So change for the lead again. So Hodgson back to the front, Blakeman there in second. And you get your feeling whichever way Hodgson goes, Blakeman's going to go the other way and make the pass, although he does lose a ton of time there. And is Duncan going to be in a position to do anything about it? I don't think he is.
I don't think he's close enough.
But although Duncan looked like he got a run up the hill, not quite. So this is a 3-rider battle again. Jamie Duncan back on the back of it. Jay Smith on the back of it as well. Richard Sharp just getting tailed off just a tiny bit as they come across the line. And Hodgson has got a bit more speed. Duncan round the outside of Blakeman. Oh, and he goes on the grass, makes a right mess of that. Oh, and contact. So that just goes to show you that corner's a lot tighter than it looked. Duncan went in really quick round the outside of Richard Blakeman and ran out of track. And Jay Smith did not need an invitation to take that. And all of a sudden Duncan finds himself back in fourth. That's going to be big news for the championship. Chris Hodgson now gapping away at the front. So what looked like it was going to be a bit of a barn burner is now all of a sudden Blakeman reduced to having to fight off the 33 of Jay Smith. So Hodgie looks like he's turned up the wick. Purple on the timing screen. So fastest lap of the race from the number 1 Automotive Solutions Husqvarna of Chris Hodgson.
Yep, these top 4 riders now all doing 126 laps. So it is Chris Hodgson currently with the fastest lap of a 126.393. But we see now Jamie Duncan going round the outside, but not quite close enough to be able to make a move on the 33 of Jay Smith. He's there trying to eye up that inside. None of the riders looking like they were really using that inside berm there. They were more taking the flat as that
was very close. Duncan locked up the rear there and nearly caught the back of Jay Smith. And Hodgson again. Is that another fastest lap, Danielle? Because that's it just looks like that gap is going out a bit at the front. Blakeman's still just putting a few bike lengths into Jay Smith. And this A group race then just gapping out a little bit at the front. The 17-time champion Chris Hodgson showing why he is a 17-time champion. The pass that Richard Blakeman put on him here about 3 laps in was one of the best ones that we've seen, certainly in that corner. And he just was not able to make that stick. As I said earlier on, the GPS tracker on Richard Blakeman's bike showing they're topping out just a shade over 90 miles an hour down that back straight in the opposite direction yesterday, and there's no reason to think that they're not going equally as fast this way. Duncan round the outside then in the off-road on Smith, and JD puts the pass on the London now. Is he going to go for a twofer? No, he just slots in behind Blakeman, so Duncan up to third. I didn't know whether he was going to be brave and try and take the outside line as well. Meanwhile, Chris Hodgson, he's going to have a couple of seconds across the line this time, I think. Danielle, I think that the man from Maryport has set sail. So we go to the Bathmate replay. Here's
yeah, that move, Jamie Duncan around the outside of Jay Smith. Nice and clean as he then slots in between him and Richard Blakeman. And he's now all over the back of the 54 of Richard Blakeman as they enter this lap.
Couple of laps to go then. So Duncan will want to find his way past the 54. And there's going to be no catching Hodgson now. It's going to take a mistake from the man from Maryport as Duncan then gets the run down the inside and moves across. Is Blakeman going to come back up the inside? No, he isn't. So that pass was done on the exit of that hairpin. Duncan got on the gas a lot better, just had a little bit of a straight line speed advantage. Bottom end of the track in perfect condition. Duncan going to the outside. It's a brave man, but he knows he's got it covered, and he carries the speed over the tabletop. Jay Smith's not out of this one yet either. There's pockets to be picked, and Smith's going to have a run up the outside of Blakeman. Blakeman just shuts it off.
Yep, so with Chris Hodgson out in front, that would make him our championship leader if the points stayed as they are right now, but they're now heading into their last lap, so it's all to do for Jamie Duncan. Chris Hodgson's now currently doing a 126.9 was his last lap, whereas Jamie was doing a 127.1, so he isn't actually fast enough at the moment to be able to close the gap down on this lap, unless he pulls a flyer. But at the minute, as it stands, it looks like Chris Hodgson might take this one.
But it looks like Duncan, he's just having a look over his shoulder then, and he's going to pole put this one, just get his shoulders out and not give Richard Blakeman a chance to come back down the inside. I think he was just weighing up how close his good friend, because they always pit together and they have a good crack with the racing, and that's one of the beauties of this British Supermoto paddock, that although there's a lot of competition between the riders, there's no real needle as such. They're all guys on the top of the game enjoying their racing, not taking themselves too seriously, and as a result, the paddock's a great place to be. You can see that jump there, it actually looks a lot further on camera than it is when you're riding it from that angle. But here's our race leader and soon to be race winner then, the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna of Chris Hodgson, recovering from a less than ideal start to his day with a problem in qualifying, but he'll take a look over his shoulder and take victory in his sponsored race. Duncan will take second, he'll be pleased with that. Blakeman will take third, and Jay Smith across the line in fourth. And then we'll wait for the number 217 of Richard Sharp, who looks like he's dropped off quite a long way. Who's this coming up over the jump? Hard to make them out. In fact, we've not seen Richard Sharp across the line, so Sharpie dropped a lot of time, and maybe he's had a problem, or maybe he's just didn't have some running issues with that bike, but he comes across the line to take fifth. Dean Hillier takes an excellent 6, holding off Alex Mullaney, and 8th will be Bremner from Andy Mitchell in 9th, and 10th the 155 of Chris Walker. Sure you'd agree that that was a great battle at the front, and Hodgson runs out. Well, it shows 1.2 seconds at the end, but he pulled away more than that. This was the pass. We just saw a puff of smoke out of the back of the bike there as Hodgson retook the lead that he'd lost to Blakeman early doors. This was the move of Jamie Duncan around the outside of Jay Smith. So that tabletop does look considerably longer from that angle than it does from behind the handlebars. And then again, this was the move of Jamie Duncan. Then he'd got the drive there, and I just think that bike of his is just maybe just a tad quicker than the bike of Richard Blakeman's. I've not seen Blakeman make any passes down that straight, so he's always making his passes on the more technical parts of the circuit, and that one where Chris Hodgson only gave him half a bike length there, and he didn't really give him anything. Blakeman took it and just sat the championship leader up just half a bike and managed to blast through, and he was lucky not to be able to hold on to it for the rest of the race. But Hodgson, the champion that he is, kept on the 54 and didn't give him any chance to build a lead, and ended up running out as the winner of that second British Championship race, brought to you by Automotive Solutions. So again, a quick recap of the results. A win for the number 1 of Chris Hodgson on the Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. Second, number 7, Jamie Duncan on the Contract Solutions KTM. Third, number 54, Richard Blakeman on the Fat and Fast KTM. Fourth, number 33, Jay Smith on the Humber Garage Racing Honda. Fifth, 217, Richard Sharp on the Bathmate Husqvarna. And then it was the Goon Squad team of Dean Hillier on the 108. The Automotive Solutions 100, Alex Mullaney was 7th. Ian Bremner on the Husqvarna was 8th. 9th, Bathmate Husqvarna of Andy Mitchell. And 10th, the 155 KTM of the Tripz.UK team owner Chris Walker. So that's our second group of races in the books, as we wait then for our podium presentations down there in front of our backdrop. Another great race. We've got a bit of a change. Unfortunately, Jay Smith then not making the cut this time. We will be down there with our podium guys, Chris Hodgson, Richard Blakeman and Jamie Duncan very shortly. And then just to remind you that we still have another 4 races to go in this final round of our final day of Tripz.UK British Championship. So Danielle's now down there on the podium with our top 3 from race 2. We'll hand it over to her.
Blakeman, who finished 3rd in that one, got a little bit tired at the end.
Yeah, I think so. I think about 2 or 3 laps from the end, I tired, very, very tired. And Jamie just come up the inside of us. There was a few sketchy moves between us all, I think. No, it was a good race.
Yeah, no, good clean racing, I'd say, in that one. Great move up the inside that we saw on Chris Hodgson here on this infield section. So that was a really good move that we saw there. But again, really, really great racing, swapping and changing. You had the lead for a little bit in that one.
Yeah, no, it was good with Chris. I think Chris went a little bit wide, and I just went up the inside of him, and he leaned on me, so I gave him a little bit of a nudge with my knee. Well, that's racing. I'm sure he'd do the same with me.
Yeah, Robbins Racing.
Sorry?
Robbins Racing.
Robbins Racing, yeah, that's right.
So we'll go to our second place man, which was Jamie Duncan. Same again.
Same again.
Yeah, not quite enough to be able to take the win. You led for a little bit as well. We saw you have a little bit of a moment with Jay Smith.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a moment everywhere. I tried past Richard down this finish straight, ended up on the grass between the tyres. I think I've need to go and empty my drawers after that one. But no, I got back on it after that. Jay kind of got past me that corner as well. I managed to pick them both off. So just a pity Chris was so far in front.
Yep, so Chris actually had the fastest lap. So on that last lap, I think you were about a second down on him. So we sort of knew that you weren't going to be able to catch him for the end of the race, but that racing throughout, all the overtaking, you looked the fastest through the off-road section.
Yeah, no, I really like the off-road section. It's quite even. The inside and outside lines are quite even, so it takes a little bit of skill. That's what makes the difference around there now, is just coming from motocross background, on your feet, smooth as anything, but wasn't enough.
All to play for the last one.
Yep.
And then Chris Hodgson, again, race win for number 2.
Yeah. Nice moments where the big lads try to frighten me. You know, yeah. Oh no, it was good racing. The off-road this weekend's been absolutely brilliant. Like I say, the lines and that we can vary from. Yeah, so reverse grid for the last race and probably absolute carnage.
No, not carnage for the reverse grid. I'm sure it'll be great. What are you thinking of the off-road section?
Yeah, like I said, the lads have done a great job on it. Being able to use different lines is an absolute pleasure for us, because normally it's a bit of a procession through the off-road. So yeah, it's making it better for everyone watching as well. A bit of passing and action, and yeah, that Blakeman bullied his way past us. I had to put Alex's forks in because he had a leaky fork leg yesterday, and they're just a bit soft. Just a bit soft, and struggling to get it stopped for the corners. So try and stiffen them up for next race, and hopefully Blakeman doesn't get anywhere near us.
We did notice a bit of a puff of smoke as you headed down that start-finish, well, the back straight. We noticed a big puff of smoke, so a little bit.
Yeah, we don't mind a little puff now and again.
Nothing more to say on that one. I'll go back to Phil, who's in the commentary box, and we'll get ready for our final block of races.
Yeah, thank you, Danielle. So some great interviews then from the guys, and as you can see, hard racing on the track, but total respect on the podium, and a fantastic second block of racing. We're going to take a short break then, and we will be back with the final group of races then from round 7 of the Tripz.UK British Championship here at Teesside Autodrome. I hope that you will join us a little bit later on. Our timetable will come up on screen very, very shortly, and we will see you in just a while for our final block of races. So welcome back then to Teesside Autodrome for the final group of races from round 7 of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship. We've had 2 great groups of racing so far, Danielle, and I'm really looking forward to this final group to see who's going to take away the silverware for round 7 this weekend. We've been blessed with decent weather all day today, and that has given us some fantastic racing. And here we are in the holding area with our academy class then, which again, they opened the show at the beginning of the day with a fantastic 4 or even 5 rider battle for the win that went right down to the last few corners. And the Supermoto Academy class brought to you by FF Solutions Limited Design and Build. That's Jay Smith's company down there in that there London, and one of our top front runners, but he's helping sponsor the Supermoto Academy. As we look at our riders in the holding area, raring to go for their final race of the day. And we will be out on track shortly, just getting a vehicle recovered.
So it was Archie Ormrod who's won race 1 and 2. He's had a great morning's, racing of today so far. But we have had contenders throughout the day. So Charlie Cunningham, who's in second, he rode a great race. Struggled in race 1 with those tricky, slippy conditions. Archie Reynolds has been fast all day, but a few mistakes have sort of hampered his results. Same with Belle. She was fast in both race 1 and 2, but hasn't quite been able to convert that to a win just yet.
I think it's fair to say that Archie Ormrod, whilst being the dominant rider today, has not really dominated. That's no disrespect to him. He's won both races. You can't do any more than that. But he's been pushed hard. As we see the grid there, Archie Ormrod, Charlie Cunningham, Archie Reynolds and Belle Wingate on row 1. Row 2 will be Liam Pearson, Lily Rhodes, Max Rhodes and Jackson Bennett. And then we will have Leon Tall, Ruby Booth, Rip Jennings and Cole Reynolds on row 3. And Charlie Smith on row 4. But yeah, Ormrod, he's not had it all his own way. We've seen flashes of brilliance from Archie Reynolds, also from Liam Pearson. I think they've all taken a turn at the front. Belle Wingate has been there or thereabouts for the whole of both of the races, and she made a mistake on the last final lap of the race 1, and ended up kind of dropped off the battle just by 10 or 15 yards. But then benefited from both Reynolds and Pearson spilling it in the dirt on the final lap. But she was in for that in the battle for the lead for the whole race. And it'll be interesting to see what she can bring to the table for this final race of their day. We can see that the off-road section now is I say it's light concrete, but it's as good as you could ever wish for the tyres that we're running. You can see the berm down there at the bottom end of the circuit, completely dry. You can wall of death it around there. There's a bit of loose on the inside coming out onto the inside. As we see the 197 of Rip Jennings then coming round to complete his sight lap. But perfect conditions. We've banged on about how good the dirt is pretty much all day, and I think we've kind of done that one to death. But it has meant that we've seen some of the best racing that I think we've seen all year across all classes. We've had a few days where we've had some barn burner races in 1 or 2 of the classes, but across all 4 today, we've seen some top draw racing. As we look at the number 56 of Lily Rhodes, the RWJ team, and her brother there, Max. I've no idea which one of those is the oldest. They could even be twins, I don't know. Jackson Bennett, he's one of the 3rd generation riders. Just realised that we haven't seen Kyle Bennett riding this weekend. I did see him in the pits, but that's his older brother, so not seen him riding. And there's Rip Jennings on the 197. He's making a return after a few races off. The number 10 of Cole Reynolds, and then the 338 of Charlie Smith. So as we wait then for the lights to change, away they go.
A little bit of an early jump there for Cole, but obviously no advantage gained. He did stop, so that won't be an issue
there, I don't think. So here we go then into turn 1, and it is the number 40 of Ormrod, but he just lit the back end up there a little bit. That'll have unnerved him. Cold tyre maybe. Belle Wingate comes down the inside. Oh, Cunningham takes the lead, so Ormrod then was just a little bit spooked. And so it is all of a sudden a new race leader then, the 34 of Charlie Cunningham. Although Ormrod comes straight back underneath him. That's the beauty of that bit of the track. Either way you run it, if you dive in and take the inside into the tight bit, you're going to run wide on the exit, and that's exactly what happened. So Cunningham held the lead, and he's back up the inside. 2 lead changes in 5 corners.
Yep, but it's Archie Ormrod who we know is quick through this off-road section. So as they head through it now, it looks like it is Charlie Cunningham still in front, but is Archie Ormrod going to try taking the a different line maybe?
Archie Reynolds looks like he was going to make a move. Oh, Liam Pearson looked like he may have just got the front wheel over the top of that berm. And hopefully he didn't go down, but he went into that corner with a bit of momentum.
It looks like Lily Rhodes has made her way up to 3rd, which I'd say is sort of best she's been doing so far today. But it is still Charlie Cunningham, so Archie Ormrod's just dived down the inside there on that flat bit. So
Cunningham looked like he missed a gear or something there, because that was more than just a little bit of, apprehension. He just looked like the bike nearly came to a stop as he came up over that top of that rise. So it is Ormrod that leads across the line at the end of lap 1, but he's already lost the lead twice and got it back. So we've still got plenty of action. And then let's just see who we've got next. So Archie Reynolds, Lily Rhodes. So Lily Rhodes getting a good start. And I think she'll be... when she gets away at the front, she can certainly motor on. Or again, looking like another pass then. Reynolds trying to find his way past Charlie Cunningham. But Ormrod has already started to check out at the front. And this time the number 5 does make the pass. As he looks over his shoulder, as he run too wide, Cunningham's going to come back across him, and he does. Oh, we got a faller. Is that Wingate, or is that Lily Rhodes, or is it indeed Max Rhodes?
I think that looks like Lily. Unfortunately, I think she did go down this morning as well. So, oh no, that may have been Max. I can see the hair sticking out of the back.
The hair is always a good indicator. But it is Ormrod that leads, and we've got. And that's another faller.
That looked like Cole Reynolds there. He's been one of our fallers.
Well, that's not a nice place to fall off. That's the fastest corner of the circuit, so good to see Reynolds get that back up. So is that the younger brother of Archie? Oh, right, okay. So that's another family with 3 riders here on the date. So this is still plenty of interest. Cunningham then, let's just see if he makes a better job of this dirt, because he was better than this in the last one, and he certainly... I'm sure he made just a bit of a mistake. Yeah, he's much better this time through. Although I don't know. No, he's just a little bit nervous, the top of that hill. But again, this is the thing. The kids that have grown up on motocross bikes are not afraid of it. And the grip does go down. As soon as it starts to dry out and you get a little bit of powder dirt on the top and a few stones if he's not feeling the love with the front tyre. It is, and obviously we rode up that bank yesterday. It's not exactly not steep, and you're turning and dropping off the top if you're not comfortable. And that's exactly what happened there. So Cunningham gave up a fairly easy second position to Archie Reynolds, and Reynolds is already setting off after our race leader Archie Ormrod with the fastest lap to boot, as Liam Pearson rides around the outside of Lily Rhodes.
That looked like it was the 125 of Isabel Wingate, so he's now in a RWJ girl sandwich there.
So, yeah, it did look like Wingate may have had a bit of a problem. She looks like she's just dropped off a little bit. Maybe she's just had a bit of a moment. Yeah, so Lily's still there in 4th position. So it is Isabel Wingate that's just dropping off the pace a little bit. So is Pearson, because we did see him get a bit racy again towards the end of the last race, and he took the front down here just going into the off-road section. So they make their way up onto the off-road section. Oh, full send up.
Lily
Oh, that's brutal. And Pearson's gone down as well. He's took the front trying to avoid Lily Rhodes.
She's up. So that's a good sign. Let's get straight back on.
There's Dad Paul, who I'm sure's just said, just come out of there in 3rd. 3rd gear pinned, you'll be fine. And,
she went full send there, so fair play to her.
And she's jumping that to the inside as well, because that's a lot harder than you look, because you've got to get the bike stopped, and I think she just bounced into the turn and took the front. So that takes a lot of stones to do that. I can tell you that for nothing. So the fact that she's doing that on an 85, and she got back on and she's okay. In fact, it looks like the suspension might have it looks a bit bouncy on that. Maybe that's what the issue that she's had. So we'll go back to the front then. So this is our third place man, Charlie Cunningham. So he's kind of in a bit of no man's land now, because the battle between Ormrod and Archie Reynolds is 2.5 seconds up the track. And with that tumble then from Lily Rhodes, all of a sudden he's got a lot of airtime. We just see her just go down there, and unfortunately for Liam Pearson, he had nowhere to go but onto the floor. Just grabbed a big handful of front brake and went down. Just stones there quite deep. Obviously the kickback from the bigger bikes, but she properly went for that up the hill. Here's the battle for the lead, and it is still Ormrod, about 10 bike lengths then from Archie Reynolds. It's really bad, because when you're watching one of these races, you really feel like, well, you want the guy who's like in second place to put a challenge in. And it's not that I'm going to begrudge Archie Ormrod a sweep, but he's ridden really, really well all weekend, and he's taken on quite a few challenges on that DCR Husqvarna, and as a result, taken 2 race wins. Lovely, that was a lovely jump up there, just landed that perfectly.
Yeah,
but Reynolds has ridden well, and he's led a race, so I feel he's due a little bit of redemption for that. But Archie Ormrod on the number 40 DCR Husqvarna, then he's away at the front, and it's just really down to Archie Reynolds whether he can get that gap down. It's out to it's probably about 0.8, 0.9 of a second across the line, but Reynolds does put in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I feel Archie Reynolds, he's ridden incredibly well today. He's definitely had the speed, but Archie Ormrod has had that consistency as well. He's not put a foot wrong all day so far, so he definitely deserves it, but you can't help but cheer on the underdog.
Exactly, just watching then Rip Jennings coming up off the off-road, then Lily Rhodes had managed to remount, and she's back in 9th. Ruby Booth up to 8th, so that's been her best results so far this weekend, or certainly today. But Ormrod then just seems to be able to gap out, and that's now 6 seconds clear of Charlie Cunningham, with another 7 seconds back to Bell Wingate. So it's blown itself out a little bit at the front, but I'm not giving this one up. I still think that Reynolds has got something for Archie Ormrod. Ormrod will be in the position where he's feeling every single rattle and squeak in that bike, with a possibility of a 3-race win streak. Just makes a pass then on Charlie Smith. Just locking the back brake up a little bit on the way down there. And Reynolds is still quick through there. And this is the bit, I think, where Reynolds is gaining his time back. 1.1 across the line last time it was. So, and another Cole Reynolds. So Cole will get passed by his older brother. And, well, it's still close enough to be close. Last lap flag is out.
It looks like we've got a bit of a battle going on in the mid-pack between the Rhodes siblings, Lily and Max. So we saw that there on the split screen.
Jackson Bennett then running 5th as well. So decent run for Jackson Bennett. He's been an improved rider this year, and got a new bike underneath him, and that's been paid dividends. So this is the last lap. Archie Reynolds then doing his best to close down on Archie Ormrod. It's the you could say they're arch enemies. That's got to be the worst joke I've ever done.
That was like not even a good pun.
It's not even a good pun. But he's closing down. It's down to 4 or 5 bike lengths. Ormrod has a look, and as soon as he has a look, that gap gets even smaller. So here we go then. Reynolds is down on behind the bars on the back straight. Has he got anything on that number 5 as the number 40? Makes his way into the hairpin at the far end of the circuit. He closes him in here. Ormrod's just doing everything he can to block. The rider's going to ride round the outside of him down the bottom here. Oh, it's close. Ormrod is just taking the line everywhere. We're going to have full send up here. He didn't do the jump. Is he going to go wide? He's gone wide. But he didn't take the berm. He's got stuck in the stones. And I think that is going to let Archie Ormrod off the hook. Unless Reynolds has got something really good to come back with down this hill. I think that the DCR rider is going to take his third victory of the day. He'll be feeling the pressure. Well, that was a big old leap there. Reynolds was proper on it then. Oh, he's right on him. He's trying. He's going to get it down to a couple of bike lengths as they sprint for the line. But it is going to be Archie Ormrod then takes the win from Archie Reynolds. 0.4 at the line. That was a great race. Reynolds did everything that he could. Fastest lap of the race on the final lap by the looks of it. It's a long way back to third place. Have we lost somebody on the... we're looking for Cunningham. Is this Cunningham coming across the line now? It is. So Cunningham comes across the line in third. It will be Bell Wingate in fourth and Liam Pearson in fifth. He's had a better day than his results show, Liam Pearson. He should be fairly pleased with his day's work. Jackson Bennett comes across the line in sixth position. As we watch the last couple of riders coming up the thing, is that Rip Jennings?
Yeah, that looks like Rip Jennings and Cole Reynolds.
So that's for me then. We're going to see, I think, our podium for the overall in Supermoto Academy will be obviously Archie Ormrod with 3 wins. We're not going to see anybody better that. And then I think that we will say that with Archie Reynolds finishing second in that one, I think that he will get second overall. Difficult to say. Charlie Cunningham not having such a good first race. It's all a bit of a guesswork, really, but we will see. But that is the end of the racing for our First Form Solutions design and build. And this is, I say, there's the last couple of riders coming across the line. In fact, no, they're on the slow down lap there. So that was final race today for our Supermoto Academy, and I'm sure you'll agree that they put on a great show for us. That first race, absolute brilliant racing in those very, very changeable conditions. And we'll wait for them to come on to the podium. Our next race will be British Supermoto C, brought to you by our broadcast partner Technitive, who've been bringing you these pictures this weekend. And excellent coverage that it is too. There's the 95 Bathmate Honda of John Oakes, owner of the Bathmate Company and sponsor of the of this weekend's championship, the Bathmate organisation. Look up on their website, and all sorts of stuff for men's physical health. It's all good stuff, and nice to have all of their support at this round. As all the others, decent team of riders, 6 riders there in the paddock. I rode out of their awning yesterday, and thanks to them for that. They've supported me over the years. So pole position on this one then will be the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. Second place will be Jason Slater, and third then Dax Almond. Wadgie Smith will take up the 4th place on the front row of the grid. Spoke to Jason Slater between races, and yeah, he's a mess. Physically, he's got a lot of issues with his shoulders and stuff, and he's just struggling with pins and needles a little bit, and just general strength in his hands and arms. So our overalls then for our academy is a win for Archie Ormrod, with Archie Reynolds second and Bell Wingate will be third. So hopefully we'll see them on the podium, and there they are down in the pit lane. So we've got Archie Ormrod number 1 with the number 1 plate there, number 40. Second place then Archie Reynolds, number 5, and third place Charlie Cunningham. Well done, guys. You've put on a great show all weekend. Look forward to seeing you at the final round of the championship at Three Sisters. Also, honourable mentions also to Liam Pearson, Bell Wingate, and all of the other riders then that put on a show for us. Some of the best racing of the weekend, and it's been a pretty high bar, to be fair. So that Academy Class Race 1, definitely the one for the record books. So here we are then with our championship race C, with Jamie Wrigglesworth on pole, I'll say Jason Slater then just he's been struggling with just running out of strength in his arms. So we're just waiting a little bit of a delay. Not quite sure what that's for, but looks like we've got engines off on the grid for a moment. So let's reflect on what we've seen so far. Then, Danielle, we've watched some good riders really have to fight their way out of the C group. We saw Kyle Eccleston having to come out of the C group really early doors, and that race that he was in made things quite entertaining. We've also seen some good stuff in the B group races as well. So it's going to be Rig from Slater, from Dax Almond and Dean Smith. And then Mark Adamson, Dan Spencer, Carl Geary and Andy Goodsall on row 2. Luke Armitage, one of our, he's a novice rider and debutant in the series this week. He's on row 3 with Sean Jones, Farron Young and Luke Hutchinson, who we saw go down. He's gone down twice this to date, so hopefully he'll have a bit of a better run. Then it's going to be Gavin Scaife, Rick Owen, Michael Whittam and Steve Smith. And then on the final row of the grid, Tommy Sayer, John Oates and Tarney Atwood. So I imagine John must have had a problem in that final race of the day. As we just wait then for our clerk of the course to give us the all clear to get underway with this one. Obviously, we've got the reverse grid A final coming up, which I think of all the tracks that we do it at, I think this one is probably the one that we can get away with expecting the least trouble. Because obviously this nice open first corner and everything makes things a little bit easier for the guys to get through without getting shut down. But there's Michael Whittam, number 77, and John Oates. Like I say, he must have gone out of the earlier race, had a fall in the dirt or something, because I didn't see him at all out on track. And there's the nice graphic. And,
Jono, another one of those riders that's been suffering with injuries sort of all year. His hand, he's been struggling with holding on, so great to see him out there.
But again, he's pretty much like the life and soul of the paddock. Like so many people, comes here, enjoys his racing, and being in the paddock is what it's all about. And like I say, he looked after me more than enough. There he is, look. That's the Tyres Club and Supervet at 58, 6 years racing, an engineer and designer, and he never stops. So if you walk past their setup in the pits, and they've got a load of stuff there with all their banners and everything. He's made a load of billet aluminium brackets to hold it all together and weigh it down, and you just like, I've seen people put stuff on bikes that, you know, was nowhere near that good. So he is a perfectionist. We're just waiting for the 164, I'm not familiar with him.
So that's Sean Jones. So Sean's actually been producing YouTube videos all year as well. So it's worth checking out. He's spoken about how he's gotten into racing, getting ready for the season. I know we had a good video from Oliver's Mount. So
now I've seen. You see, it's difficult for me because you see people walking around the paddock in civvies, and then you see them with the helmet on, and it's not always easy to go, oh yeah, I know him, and I don't know him, but he's not somebody that I was overly familiar with. But now I've seen inside the helmet, I do know who he is. So we'll maybe have a look at some of those.
There was our rider of the day yesterday, Luke Armitage. So I think me and Jess both had a good race with him in that last one. He was really, really quick through the off-road. Both of us were really impressed with that. There's my team boss there, the 714 of Andrew Goodsall. So a massive thank you to him from yesterday. So without him, I wouldn't have been riding. So, but he's decided to take his own bike out for today.
So there's Rig, then just waiting. Oh, he's just standing and having a chat with somebody. And like I say, Jason Slater, then he's again a motocross guy who loves his supermoto, but he's been around a long while, done a lot of racing, and we'll be hoping that he can hang on and get a decent result. He's certainly got the speed. We had a bit of a battle yesterday, which was quite nice, but he ran out of steam, and he's just been struggling most of the weekend. Dan Spencer there, the 236. I consider Dan a veteran. He's been doing this for almost as long as I have, and he was barely a boy when he started racing, so good to see him out there on the 236 Yamaha. And Rig looks like he's already had enough. Yeah, he needs to be in the bar. But again, a man who's done lots and lots of things in life, and very much a spirit of adventure kind of person. And he's loving his racing, and he's had some decent results as well. Yeah.
Yep, so most concern these riders will have at the moment is their tyres going cold. So they've all been sat with tyre warmers on in the pits. So their biggest concern will be, are my tyres still warm? It might be the case that they're given 2 warm-up laps. Well, that'd be the race director's decision.
They're not gone off on the warm-up lap yet, have they? So we'll make that decision. Wadgy Smith there, 38 on the Honda. He's been decent this weekend, and had a couple of battles with him yesterday, and he found his way up into the B group. And he had a good ride in this one, obviously starting from the front row in this one, so he'll be hoping that he can pull a good start from the outside. He definitely got some good starts yesterday, and again, one of these moments where everybody's sitting waiting on the grid, it is really, when you pull out the holding area, you just want to crack on and get it done. Calgary then, number 691, and it's a bit of a spillage on the circuit then, so that's what it is. We were just wondering what had gone on, so maybe just had somebody tip off. That's our race director Dave Dearden with the oil dry, and is that your good father there with the brush?
I mean, I'm more shocked that he knows how to use a sweeping brush, if I'm being perfectly honest.
That's harsh. So like I say, it's all these things, Robin, then our holding area coordinator, all these people that make these meetings happen behind the scenes, and the fact that we can get to come and race at venues like this. Well, we got a bit of a break. Thank you also very much, Teesside Autodrome, for as always making us very, very welcome. This is very much becoming one of the premier supermoto venues that we have. The track and the work that's been put in has been very much well received, and it's given us some fantastic racing over 2 days. And the fact that I think we'll be back here again for at least 2 dates next year will be certainly to the benefit of the championship and the staff here. Again, it just makes us lots of people around and lots of equipment and all that kind of stuff. People who know what they're doing, it just makes it really easy for the championship to come here and put on a great event. So we're just waiting then for this oil spill to be sorted out. So there's Luke Hutchinson. Still, I'm not quite what's going on there. Well, that's a road race helmet with goggles. That just looks.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I think he just likes having the no peak look.
Yeah, he likes.
He just ride knee down.
He likes the bullet look, doesn't he? But he's riding with goggles and not a visor. So, but like I say, he's been unlucky. He's had a crash in the dirt, and then also a tip off in I think second corner. I think it was second or third corner in that last one. So he needs to get himself a decent finish in this one.
And there's the 351 of Rick Owen. So I nearly ran Rick over yesterday. I don't know how I managed to do a stoppie, but...
Was he lying down in the track?
He was in the fetal position, which I did shout at him. If he was going to sit in the fetal position, maybe he'd do it at the side, not in front of me. But that's fine. I'm glad he's up and all right. But
he's got to take some responsibility for lying down in the track.
Yeah, so he's all good. They've also started a team, so they've got I think it's the Cranked Up Racing.
Yeah, that's good. And this is one of the things, the beauty of the Supermoto paddock is that there's lots of things that you think you need to go racing, but if enough of you get yourselves together and get yourself under an awning and share stuff out, you can reduce the cost of your racing, and then you'll have teams where there's guys in it will be looking at. Sharing stuff out, older tyres and bits and bobs. I'm wondering this is an oil spill from maybe a Superlight, because if I remember rightly, we did see our race leader in the Academy class have a bit of a moment round the outside on the first lap where he just lit the rear up, and I did say something at the time that will have got his attention. So anyway, the thing about this is obviously, whilst it's not ideal that we've got stuff down on the track and this concrete dust obviously going down, it's proper oil absorbent stuff. What it does do, it does show you where the oil is. And again, this is why we have catch tanks on the bikes and stuff like that, so we don't get spillages and hopefully too many stoppages.
Yep, it's definitely quite a significant one this time, so I'm wondering if it might be worth the riders making their way, but we'll see what the decision will be.
The thing is, if they're going to sit there, they may as well sit there. If we give them a couple of warm-up laps to get themselves sorted out, we'll be good to go. By the same time you send them back to the pits and got them back again, we'll lose another 10 or 15 minutes, so in the meantime, we'll just we'll continue to waffle on as we are currently. So let's have a think then. Who are you looking at for rider of the day so far? We've still got 3 races to go, but who do you think that who's caught your eye?
Rider of the day. Liam Pearson. He's
Liam's
up
been
there.
good. Yeah, he's had it.
Liam and Archie Reynolds as well. Big bike rider of the day. I'd say Harley Sharp. That movie he put on Garumi.
That would have been my choice as well. Harley Sharp then coming through from having a crash in the opening race and skipping a few people off. So obviously you'd have to say that wasn't an ideal start to the day, but we'll give him a bit of a break, seeing as the conditions were less than ideal. And he came through, and then in that last one managed to mug Paul Groom with a couple of laps to go with an excellent pass in the off-road. But what I will say is, obviously, what we're looking for now is we've got 3 races to go, and what we want is somebody to be rider of the day, and I still think there's plenty of scope for that.
I mean, I'd like to cheer on one of the girls for rider of the day.
Yeah.
So Lily Rhodes for absolutely sending it up the step up. Fair play to her, strong effort. Unfortunately, she didn't quite make it and had a little bit of a bobble off, but I'm sure a lot of these C riders might not even be doing that step up as cleanly. No,
and even if she doesn't, there's definitely an honourable mention for that, because it's when you're stood at the bottom of that looking at the top, it's quite daunting, and it is a lot further than it looks.
We can see there the 184 of Farron Young getting very up close and personal with the camera. Now, I'm on good authority to say that he's got to be careful this weekend. His girlfriend's at home with a broken foot, so another one of our female riders, May Chalice, she broke her ankle riding enduro and then rode another 6 hours on a broken ankle. So, absolute trooper. She wanted to come this weekend, but unfortunately they couldn't get her surgery done quick enough. So she sat at home. I know she's watching the live stream and keeping a very close eye on Farron to make sure that he can come home safe and sound and carry on looking after her and giving her plenty of sympathy.
Like I say, anybody who can ride 6 hours of enduro with a broken ankle, that's just anybody who rides enduro for 6 hours for a start off. But anyway, so hopefully we'll get this track clearance done and get the green flag from our organisers. Obviously, you can see there in the background we're still putting down the speedy dry. Dan Spencer then, and look at that. That's obviously a hill that's going to have a name that I don't know.
Not from round here.
I'm not from round here. It's not a part of the world that I've spent a massive amount of time, even though my grandparents are from the northeast. It's a beautiful part of the world. And yesterday, with the weather that we had what must be the bleakest day ever and not a drop of rain. And then this morning we were expecting a nice, comfortable kind of, let's just get everything underway and have a nice dry sunny day. And we woke up to rain and quite a lot of cloud. But it's cleared up. We've got clear skies. It's not going to rain, touch wood, before the end of the day. And hopefully we'll get these last couple of races underway. Not sure how we're doing for time, but I think we're fine pretty much. We're okay. So yeah, it's... for those of you not been here, we're kind of just on the outskirts of the city centre of Middlesbrough, next to Redcar Bears Speedway track and Ironworks Motocross here at Teesside Autodrome. And it is a cracking facility. I raced here for the first time in, I think, 1992, I think.
Only 8 years before I was born, Phil.
Yes, because I am that old. When it was a fairly fresh and new circuit, and it was only the oval with the infill bits that we see. There was no bit down the bottom end. The motocross track was on the other side of the road. But it's good to see that obviously it's not just survived for all this time, but it's survived and flourished, and we're able to come back to it year on year and enjoy its facilities. I did find something quite funny yesterday, having rolled up in the pits a little bit, not late yesterday on Friday, but obviously too late to get a spot in the main paddock. And I went and parked in the Super Lights, which was where there was loads and loads of space. And then apparently there is basically the Super Lights have their own paddock. There is another paddock down the back which I knew nothing about. I'd never been in there, didn't know it existed, and yet I'd always wondered where they managed to park all the riders, which is quite funny when you come to think about it. So I actually went for a wander down there. I always remember it was a riding school for motorcycle training, and we were never allowed in there when we first came. and we always used to have to park in the back car park. But obviously, I went down there the other night, and of course, there's loads and loads of people in there. And you're like, this is
where you all are.
This is where you all are. So you walk around the paddock and try and find someone. No, I can't find him anywhere. That's because you're only looking in half the paddock. There is the famed Transporter Bridge.
Yeah. So we've received vital information. Vital breaking news. The hill we were looking at was Rosebery Topping. So even though we're not from round here, we've got that update for you.
We have people for this. That's excellent. There we
I love
are.
our little research. It's like elves hidden away, finding out all the important news for us. So there it is. There is Rosebery Topping.
See, it sounds like this a name that makes you want to climb it, doesn't it?
Not really.
Yeah.
Maybe ride up it. I might ride up the hill, but I don't fancy climbing one.
So just having a quick look out the window, see what's going on, and we're still just getting a last little bit of cleaning up work done while we have this delay. And like I say, safety is always paramount on this. Oh, yeah, you see, is that? I don't know. I can't name that flag. That's not. I really should be able to. Is that going to be?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
No idea.
Is that? Oh, well, okay. So I'm told it's the British ensign. I'm just. Again,
not a clue.
Not a clue.
I'd be awful at a pub quiz.
I hang my head in shame.
Oh, I can hear engines.
We can hear engines and a whistle, so it looks like we are ready to be ready. Again, I would imagine that we might just get a couple of warm-up laps to get these guys to get some heat back in their tyres, and also obviously for them to suss out where the oil drop is. I would imagine that it's not anything, and there's nothing to say that it might not be oil, it might be coolant, although obviously these bikes should be running just water without any antifreeze, because obviously that's as slippy as a slippy thing. But we are underway again, and we watch them wheelie off down the start straight for our final C Group race of the day.
Looks like the 311 there just sort of stalled off the line, but he's away. So we'll see. I'm guessing they're going to get a couple of warm-up laps, just for the amount of time they've been sat. Gives them a chance to try and warm up their tyres, and also, like you say, suss out where that oil is.
So it looks like it's from halfway round what will be turn one on the opening lap, down that short straight, and then a little bit through that zigzag, and that is it. So maybe just the result of maybe a catch tank just getting a little bit over full and spilling a little bit of oil. But there's certainly nothing down this end of the circuit, as we can see. And we didn't see anything from the racing that would lead us to believe that there was a problem with the circuit. So we will see what we're going to do. Whether they get one or two warm-up laps, we'll find out when we get back, because there'll either be men in the middle of the track with flags or not. And for the sake of an extra couple of minutes, I don't think it's a bad thing to do. Note that you can just hear as they whiz past the commentary box window. And we can see that they're taking a second warm-up lap. They're just doing the short version of the circuit, not doing the infield loop. And when we say in the commentary box, it sounds really glamorous.
Really, it's a little office.
To be fair, this is the nerve centre for the Teesside Autodrome karting scene, and we've got loads and loads of TV screens, because obviously they can pretty much run arrive and drive and rental kart races and all this stuff. Remotely. They've got remote yellow flags. I don't know what you were like, but there was a couple of times I was out on track yesterday where there was green lights and yellow lights and stuff like that. So it is like a technical hub. We've got 3 TV screens on the desk, our laptop, and a big telly screen up on the top there. So I've worked in worse, but no, it's fine. It's done, and a great big server unit next to us. It does feel half professional. So they have been given a warm-up lap, but they've just done 2 warm-up laps around the tarmac to get some heat into the tyres. They've not gone on to the off-road, so common sense prevailed on that one, and we're going to be hopefully back on schedule as the number 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth then on the Bathmate Husqvarna pulls onto the front row of the grid and takes his pole position.
So these two were bashing bars a little bit in that race too. So Slater managing to dive up the inside of Wriggle at the top of that off-road before they headed down the hill.
He did get a bit up close and personal there, but again, no harm, no foul. It's good close racing, that's what we like to see. And just the 51 of Jason Slater moved him over, made the pass, And then, like I said, he just ran out of strength really, and struggled. He's got some of my secret potion on his arms for this last one, so we'll see if that works out there. Carl Geary, the 691 on a new KTM. He was a veteran of the paddock, been around a long time and been away for a long time, but nice to see him back and committing with a new piece of machinery. So hopefully we'll see him for the rest of the year. The 714 of Andy Goodsalt, again another stalwart of the paddock, and good to see him. Dan Spencer, the 236, as we wait then for the all clear at the back of the grid, and Andy will hopefully point at the lights, and we will be underway for the final time for our C Group race, and away they go.
See there our Bathmate girls cheering them on as they head into the first corner.
Oh, Wadgy Smith from the outside, fantastic then. So he's going to try and skirt around the outside of the oil. Somebody will skirt around the inside of the oil and make up a bunch of passes, but it was the number 38 of Dean Wadgy Smith then who took the whole shot from the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. They make their way through the infield section. Everybody's safely through there. The rest of the riders coming through. Dan Spencer up there. But they break out onto the back straight, and Slater's already been dropped off a little bit in third, and then Dax Holman there in fourth. Hutchinson around the outside of Holman as they got to the end of the back straight. Rick Owen in there as well. John Oakes come through from the back row with the grid as well. Michael Whittam in there. Oh, mistake there from Wadgy, nearly takes the 98 down with him, but he manages to recover. These guys are trying everything to clear that tabletop, but it's so daunting. It looks a lot further than you think.
Slater's all over the back now of the 98 of Wriggle as they head through this off-road section.
Hutchinson then, he put a pass on Almond, so he's a man on the move. He's come from 12th on the grid, so he's definitely going well. The 311 then comes across that final jump, Tommy Sayer, but our race leaders then already across the line.
Wadgy Smith there just losing the rear slightly as he entered that corner there on the infield.
And you can see he's run wide there, so now he's going to make the decision, am I going inside or outside the oil? And they've gone outside of it. Slater's still there in third, Hutchinson a distant fourth, so whether he can bridge that gap. He is fast. I'll give him that, the number 56. He's got a turn of speed.
Slater there looking behind him, maybe he got an issue.
Well, I think he might have heard a scrape there, and I thought Hutchinson had gone down, but he's still there in the background. Here's Rigg having a look down the inside. So in the B group, or the race this race yesterday, I chased Wadgy for the win, and he basically checked out on me, so well, he doesn't get up the step, and Rigg makes a much better job of it, but he hasn't got the speed round the outside. This is where this just narrows down a little bit in the centre. We were having a discussion between the races of whether we think the off-road is better than this way round or the other, and Jason Slater motors up the inside of Jamie Wrigglesworth, so the 51 Tripz.UK KTM rider doesn't have to put the shoulder in on Wrigglesworth this time. He makes a clean pass on the uphill. And
little moment there as he headed down the hill. He looked like he was about to tuck the front and managed to save it, but he's now got his eyes set on the 38 of Dean Smith. At the moment, he's not coming up on our timing screen, but he's definitely out there, so we'll see if we can refresh that.
So it was a fastest lap, then we'll look over the shoulder then, but here we go. Here's the pass then, round the inside. The 51, he gives racing room. We saw earlier on Jamie Duncan.
Speaking of passes, Wriggles just made his way back past Jason Slater around the outside on the tarmac, so we got both sides of it there.
Got both sides of that, so the Bathmate replay then showing Slater making the pass, and he did a pass reminiscent of Jamie Duncan in the A final. But this is Rigg looking up the inside, then Wadgy Smith, and Smith chops across the front of the 98 Husqvarna. The Bathmate team rider. Slater then looks like he's dropped off, but I guarantee you by the time they get into the off-road, he'll be all over these guys. This end of the circuit gripping up quite a lot from where it was yesterday, where we had the dirt dragging around it. So here we go, Rigg's going to go to the outside. He doesn't clear it. Slater will jump, and he's right on the back of him. So Slater jumped up that step there. A battle in the mid-pack then. That looks like John Oakes all over the back of Rick Owen.
Slater there sending that tabletop, but not quite able to make much from it. He followed Wriggle into that inside line, which meant it was kind of a bit of a procession through there. So if he's going to send it that far, he may as well just go for the outside line to see if he can carry that speed.
Yeah, I don't think that the opportunity's there, and he's struggled to get out of that final corner there off the off-road, and the front two have gapped him. So it may be that he just hasn't got the strength to stay with them on the tarmac. So Smith then from Wrigglesworth, the 38, the man from down south. They're all giving that bit of oil dry a real wide berth. Looks like Wadgie's gone up the inside of it there. I think that if anybody does brave it, I don't think it's going to be as bad as you think. But that's easy to say, sat in a nice comfortable commentary box. When you're there in there behind the handlebars, it's very, very difficult. But Wrigglesworth then opening the throttle all the way from his shoulder there in a bid to try and find an extra bit of speed. But the Honda more than a match, and although he's all over the back of him, he can't find a way past at this point. He'll want to finish the day with a race win. And again, you've just got to commit to that on the way up as the rest of John Oakes comes through. Farron Young there as well. It's Michael Whittam coming through. They're all coming down the back straight.
So we see Jamie Wrigglesworth there coming off that very slippy section, off that off-road section.
Waves a leg at the crowd. Because all the Bathmate boys and girls will be down there on the wall cheering him on, and he has made the pass. Well, we were looking at something else. We missed that pass for the lead. Not quite sure how that happened. But so the 98 Bathmate Husqvarna. I'm trying to look, see who's done the fastest lap of the race, and it is the 98. So here we go. Is Wadgie Smith going to have anything for him? Wadgie goes up the inside. Oh, yeah. So that oil dry is obviously right where you don't need it to be.
Of course, it's always going to be. So Jamie there just taking that line away from Dean, but he's flat out down this straight as they make their way in, keeping quite a tight line round this corkscrew, heading towards the off-road section. Like you said, it was incredibly slippy here yesterday, but hasn't been catching many riders out, and he seems to have got this step up dialed in now. He's clearing that really nicely.
Yeah, he's got that nice now, and obviously that gives him a chance just to break away at the front. Dean Smith then is going to still got 2 and a bit seconds over Jason Slater, although Slater's going to be all over the back of him as we see your teammate Andy Goodsall then having a bit of a battle. Not quite sure who that is he's chasing at the moment.
So that looks like Luke Armitage. So I think Andy will have the same issue I was having yesterday. You can see how fast Luke is across this off-road section. He's gapped Andy quite a lot there, which he did the same thing to me. He flies through this off-road section, but his tarmac skills are lacking a little bit yet. So I think Andy will be able to catch him and make all his time up on the tarmac, but it's a game of cat and mouse through here.
So yeah, Luke looking proper aggressive through there, and you can tell the way that he just sped away up the hill, pulled about 3 seconds there, just in 2 or 3 corners. But here's our race leader with a couple to go then. Jamie Wrigglesworth on the Bathmate Husqvarna has a long look over his shoulder, and he's committed to taking the outside where the oil dry is, and he will hopefully have enough to keep his powder dry to the end of this race. Just looking in the background then, Jason Slater still got a decent advantage over the number 56 of Luke Hutchins. So Slater will find himself on the box for the final time at this the final race of the day, which will please him because he has struggled. And Dax Allman then 5th, Luke Armitage 6th, Andy Goodsall 7th. So Andy's having a good ride actually. I didn't realise that they were as high up as they were. Meanwhile, mid-pack battle, that looks like Michael Whittam that's at the front of that one, and Farron Young that's on the back.
So that's
Carl Geary in the middle.
That's Rick Owen there, the 351 on his Husqvarna. So Carl Geary there just outbraking them, going a little bit wide but managing to stay in front. So great ride from Carl, making a bit of a comeback this year. So Farron now diving to the inside as they head up the off-road. Great pass from Farron there, and he's not quite clearing that step up, but takes the inside line as they head through the off-road section. And then up over the tabletop again. So he's going outside. So needs to carry plenty of speed as he exits there to stay in front of Rick Owen. And then, yeah, clearing that jump on the way up the dirt.
It's like John Oates then. He's trying to find his way past. He's found his way past Mark Adamson by the looks of it, or getting close to. But our race leader already on his final lap. The last lap flag's been unfurled, and the 98 Jamie Wrigglesworth will take a nice, well-deserved race win. He was well up in the B's yesterday. He'll be disappointed that he didn't find his way there from qualifying this morning, but that's just the way that it is in mixed conditions. And he'll be able to go away with a race victory and get his chance to stick his bike on the box, which is always well received. I think he took a third in our second C Group race, so by billing he really should have won this one because he was the fastest bloke left in it. But Wadgie Smith didn't give it him all his own way, and as a result made the 98 work for it as he sends it up that step. Bit of a wave of the leg then to the people on the side of the track, and wheelie over the line for the number 98 Jamie Wrigglesworth, number 38 Dean Wadgie Smith takes second, and then we will wait and see if Jason Slater takes third, and he shakes out some arm pump, but he'll take third. He'll be happier with that, hopefully. Fourth place was a closing Luke Hutchinson, but he just ran out of time, and then I think it's Dax Almond will be next rider across the line in fifth. Luke Armitage then in sixth. That looks like Andy Goodsall in second, and then was that coming up in the off-road? Is that Rick Owen? I think that might be. Or is that the 164?
So that's Sean Jones there, just heading down that off-road section on his KTM. So he's actually out there on a, I think it's 2010 twin cam KTM.
All right, so he's. Well, I would almost imagine that will be Evo legal. Yeah, that's cool.
So that is a Evo qualifying bike.
So that brings our B Group race to a conclusion, and was a win for the 98 Jamie Wrigglesworth, second place 38 Dean Smith, and third 51 on the Tripz.uk KTM Jason Slater. Well, our B Group boys then already in the holding area warming up next door to us, and again a lot of guys who are fancying themselves for a win on this one, and hopefully we'll get a good race out of it. No problems with the track with regards to the spillage, so hopefully we'll get through this next one without any issues. It's quite deceptive, this corner. It drops away. The change in elevation never really truly comes across on camera, but it does drop away quite severely, and as a result, when you're going the other way, it really is difficult.
So we got our elite rider Richard Blakeman cheering on our B Group. I'm surprised no one's given him a brolly. I think he wanted to be one of the brolly dollies this weekend.
So again, the beauty of this paddock, nobody takes themselves too seriously. It's great that everybody gets involved and has a laugh, but everybody takes the racing seriously, and that's the most important thing, but not too seriously. We're all here to have a good time and a good weekend. And we wait then for our B Group riders then
So on pole we have the Tripz UK rider Paul Groom, who unfortunately was mugged off slightly in, I'd say, race 2.
He was, wasn't he?
By Harley Sharp. Great pass from Harley, but unfortunately that meant that Groomy hasn't quite got out of the bees today.
So there's our podium then from the C Group race then. As we can see, Jamie Wrigglesworth then, he'll be happy to take that victory. And like I say, see about these bikes, you know, we're all men of a certain age, and but like I say, there's a lot of experience in this paddock, and the beauty of Supermoto is it's a sport that you can carry on enjoying long after the motocross kills you off. Jason Slater there, he takes a 3rd position. Looks like his arms held out a little bit more this time, so that's good to see. So a good 3rd for Jason Slater, and 2nd position then, who's chugging a cold drink then, Dean Wadgy Smith. So he'll get a 2nd place for his troubles in that one. So great race, guys, and thank you very much for that one. Makes our job nice and easy when the racing's good. So the B Group riders then, brought to you by our broadcast partners Technitive. And we're going to have Paul Groom on pole from Blaine Pearson and Craig Forshaw and Darryl Pennington. That will be your front row. And right on cue is our graphic, and then 2nd row will be Kyle Eccleston, Josh Jasper, Dean Wingate and Luke Jennings. And then following that on row 3 will be Seth Gibson, the 82 of James Ward, the 10 of Paul Reynolds and the 111 of Duncan Wright. And then coming up from C Group will be the 698 of Jake Sayer and the 154 of Brett Haley. So yeah, Brett Haley then, he's an old boy even by my standards, and he bossed that one, got himself up onto the back of the bees. I'm going to say that I'm thinking Kyle Eccleston might be the dark horse in this one. He's ridden well all weekend. Yeah. He's got caught out a few times. If he can get a bit of a start and hopefully not have any issues, though he is on the inside there. So whether he sneaks around the inside, we're waiting. We've got an issue. No, we're away. So here we go then. Blaine Pearson just looking like he hadn't got it in gear at the last minute. Just deciding to check. Bounce then from the 255, and he manages to move out. So it is Eccleston. So you're going to ride round the outside of the 139 of Paul Groom. Oh, Haley down the inside. Oh, well, he's going to find room there, or there's going to be skittles. No, it's always foreshortens it. So Eccleston there, he's up fighting his way through to 2nd place up the inside of the 151 of Blaine Pearson as they come onto the back straight for the first time. So Eccleston from row 2.
Yeah, great start from Kyle there. So he'll be eyeing up Groomy through this off-road section, I'm sure of it. Both of them with plenty of off-road experience. It
will be interesting to see how that pans out. We see Sayer then bringing up the rear. He came up from the C Group, so they're all jumping to the inside. And it's getting looser on that off-road as it dries out. So Groomy's got a decent enough lead. He's not going to have to worry about anybody right at this moment in time. And he is really, really fast in the opening laps.
Watching there, a few riders deciding to take the outside, including Brett. So both Brett and I think that was Jake Sayer there trying to get around the outside of, I think that was Dean Wingate. Duncan Wright in that 2nd race had a clutch issue. The nut had come off his clutch, so that explains why he's at the back of the grid.
Okay, that's not the first person to have that happen as well, because I believe that was the issue with Richard Sharp. Had a problem in that 2nd A Group race with exactly the same problem. So we've got an onboard camera in this one, which is on our race leader 138, Paul Groom. We've had technical issues with this year. It's not this week, sorry. It's worked really, really well. So this is on board with race leader Paul Groom at the end of that short shoot there. We'll see across the line of the oil. It's not really on the racing line at all there. So it's not really an issue. Whatever issue was, they pulled off the track. So this is through the flick-flack then onto the back straight. So on board then with the 138 Tripz.UK KTM of Paul Groom down to the far end of the circuit, and Eccleston is all over the back of him, and all over the back of him is the 151 KTM of Blaine Pearson. Pearson tries to show a wheel to Eccleston. Here we go into the off-road, and it's going to be a case of not following. Pearson doesn't get up the step, and Eccleston slams into the berm there, loses a lot of momentum.
That's brought Daryl Pennington into the picture as well, so he's right behind the 151 of Blaine Pearson. And we know Daryl has got plenty of off-road experience, there's a bit of enduro, a bit of motocross.
Yeah, so he looked good up the step up, this step up jump last time by. I wasn't quite sure who it was, just in the back of camera shot, but it is the 666 Automotive Solutions rider of Daryl Pennington. So a 4-rider battle then at the front of this one. Craig Forshaw on the Automotive Solutions Honda just getting dropped off a bit, but it is Groom that still leads from Eccleston. Blaine Pearson then just losing the toe. So is Eccleston going to have the ability to put that KTM up the inside of Paul Groom? You'd have to say that somebody's going to have to punt, and if you can get brave and get up the inside of where that oil dry is. And it looks like he's gone for the pass, but Groom holds him off.
Yeah, I think that oil's playing a very much a mental game with the riders,
like
not
mental
wanting
rain.
to cross it off. They don't want to be crossing that that concrete that's on there.
Yeah, mental oil dust. So still, and again, getting the bike stopped at the end of this straight. 90 miles an hour down the back straight on these 450s. And it feels faster, to be honest. So here's Pennington in the back. That was a slam. This berm is nowhere near as nice this way round as it was yesterday. But Pennington then jumping up into that, and I think that he's just rattling his fillings a bit there. Yeah, it was Pennington just getting that much more length. So again across the line on board with the 138 race leader of Paul Groom. I always thought that they were the tyres that Jamie Duncan had to go the other side of.
Yep, he did say that was a bit nerve-wracking. I won't repeat what he actually said, but I think that was about the gist of it.
And obviously, never nice to have to make those decisions. So Groom then just trying to get down the inside. What a pass. So Groom, he just looked like he pushed the front a little bit, and it is Kyle Eccleston at the front. Do you remember who tipped him to win this one?
Oh, I do remember, Paul.
So at this point he is going to fall off now, because that's how these things work. But that was a great pass by Kyle Eccleston, and he manages to get himself to the front. Blaine Pearson not out of this one either.
I mean, some might say that the elite rider should be winning.
There is that.
It's expected of him.
But to be fair, and Kyle having to start in the C group and get himself a win in the Bs, he's had to work for it today. Lovely jump down the hill, but Groom not able to come back to him there, and Pearson and Pennington just not able to stay with this front two. We come down the hill, and like I say, there's been far less action in this corner than I was expecting as well, which says a lot about the way that the track has developed through the day. We look down to our track side camera and see them, they're all using all of the track to open it up for the left-right flick through there. Forshaw goes through, then Josh Jasper, Seth Gibson, James Wood, Luca Jennings, that big group behind. But this race at the front, it's still interesting enough. It's not all over yet, as the a little bit of glare from the sun.
So it looks like the 255 of Kyle Eccleston is starting to open up a little bit of a gap now on Paul Groom through here, Phil. So this section flat out through here, you can straight line it both ways, but if you a little bit of curve on either side, I think flat out through there, it's definitely an experience.
I got it wrong a couple of times yesterday and bounced the curves a little bit, and that did get me attention. But here we go then. So Pearson just not getting up that step up, and it's absolutely crucifying him. And it's easy to say just go a bit faster, but that's all the difference between everybody in this race and the world champion. Just go a bit faster. So Groom then, is he starting to close it in a little bit on our race leader? Has he got a second wind, or is he just a little bit better in the off-road? I know Eccleston is... the gap does close up as the speed drops, obviously. So across the line then, the gap last time by was 0.7. As we watch the rest of the field then, Brett Haley then comes up the tabletop. He's having a decent run. He's up
Kyle
to,
Eccleston
up to
is
12.
currently our fastest man on track with a 1:32.9. So he did that on the last lap. So that gap has opened up slightly to 1.1 seconds between him and Paul Groom. So Blaine looking fast on the tarmac, but like you say, that step up, not being able to do that, it's hampering his progress slightly.
So Pearson then now closed in right on the back of the 138 Tripz.UK KTM off Paul Groom. So they make their way down the back straight. Pennington not going to be part of the battle. He's too far back now. He'll need to do something to get back on terms with them. And obviously the concrete that they added at the bottom of that ride's making it a lot easier to get out of that corner. And almost perfect conditions, as I said before. The track developed a little bit greasy on the top here this morning, but they've put a little bit of work into it, moved some of the wet stuff off to the side, and we've had prime conditions here.
Yeah, that gap definitely opened up a little bit more between the two of them at the front. But we'll watch now to see if Blaine's able to make up that gap on the 138 of Paul Groom now as they enter the infield section.
And again, this is scarily fast into here without the chicane going this direction. But it does look like Pennington is starting to get back into it. He's closed down on Blaine Pearson on that last lap. And as our race leader then starts to pull away, we've seen that Paul Groom's lost the wheel of Kyle Eccleston. Pearson is pushing on to try and stay with him. And Pennington is still close enough, though he lost some time around that corner at the far end. But again, if you're in a position where you maybe not got a front tyre that's not up to scratch, it's really easy to lose a bunch of time around there. We've got to pass down the inside. Pearson then fires it down the inside of Paul Groom.
So I feel Greamy's probably going to want to try and take that place back as soon as possible now through this off-road. See, going to the outside, he knew that Blaine would take the inside, but didn't carry enough speed to be able to make a pass, so...
The Groomy's going to go down the outside, round the over the humps. Is he going to get a run up the hill? No, he's not. And whilst Blaine isn't as fast through the off-road, he isn't slow enough for Groomy to be able to find his way back. And like you, I just thought that there'd be a chance there for Groomy to be able to go long and go high in that first step up and pull that back. But Pearson waving at the crowd as good. I thought he was going to pull up. I thought he was going to do a Wingate then. Do you remember that from the last one?
Oh, I do. He thought it was a yellow flag.
Oh, bless.
Last
Anyway,
flag.
it was.
Oh.
But our race leader then, the 255 of Kyle Eccleston, giving plenty of room there, though he got quite close on the exit to that bit of oil dry back in.
So...
A bit of a replay here. This is the pass then. Pearson, he lined that up from a long way back, knew he'd got the run, and just eased up level next to Paul Groom on the brakes and moved him over. Classic end of the straight pass. And as a result, he will move himself up to second position with the Bathmate replay.
Paul Groom's last lap was actually a 1:35.0, which is about 2 to 3 seconds slower than the guys he's racing with. So I'm wondering if he's getting a little bit tired towards the end of the race and the end of the day.
It is a decent length race, so that is every possibility.
He needs to watch out for the 666 of Darrell Pennington now, who had closed that gap down to a 0.3 of a second. Kyle there just taking a quick look over his shoulder as he comes through the off-road section for the last time.
So a great result then for Kyle Eccleston. He's had a couple of not so great weekends through no fault of his own, getting involved in a few incidents and stuff. But he takes the checkered flag on this final technitive Oh, we got to run to the line. Oh, Groomy's done him. Groomy's done him on the line. So what happened there? So Paul Groom Pearson obviously tried to defend going down into that final turn and maybe just ran a bit wide and made that last corner too much of a turn in, and Groomy's done him on the run to the line. So fair play to Paul Groom for not giving that one up. So Pearson will end up finishing in third. Pennington was a close fourth. And then the 58 of Craig Forshaw on the Automotive Solutions Honda. Seth Gibson, the 44 of Josh Jasper, and the 475 of Luca Jennings in the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. 9th place is James Wood on the Bathmate Husqvarna, and the RWJ Husky rider of Dean Wingate takes 10th position. Well, that stayed interesting. Kyle Eccleston worked his way through, had a good race. And the battle then between Paul Groom, Blaine Pearson, Darrell Pennington kept us interested, and a good result. So Eccleston will get to stand on the top step momentarily outside of
and you
race
did,
here.
You did call it, Phil.
I did.
It.
He's been riding well, and he's not had the rub of the green. He had a fall yesterday that was, although he was the first one on the ground, he just got caught out by the fact that the track markers had moved, and just got caught out by some gravel and ended up basically throwing himself on the floor in front of the 79 of Peter Bennett. And as a result of that, that kind of put yesterday in the on the back foot, and then today just didn't get his finger out in qualifying, got caught out in the changing conditions this morning, and didn't put in a particularly good time, and had to fight his way out of the C group. So he'll be happy to. He's taken 2 race wins today. He can't grumble at that. But that final race of the day then, British Supermoto A, brought to you by Sheen's Projects and Doors Limited. And we're looking forward to this one. It's been a great day so far. Reverse grid in this one, don't forget. So our top 2 rows will be reversed, and that will see the number 8 of Ian Bremner on pole for the has he been on pole before? I don't think he has.
I don't think he has.
He's not won a race.
British.
No, he's not.
No.
He's been on the front row. He's been on pole for the Bees, of course. But yes, so he managed to get himself into Superpole for the first time. So fair play to him.
Great weekend then for Ian Bremner, the cruising racing rider on that Husqvarna.
So fair play to him. Comes down from Glasgow on the Scottish contingent. Here is our race podium for our B group rider. Then a win for Kyle Eccleston. Then he will take first position there. Second place then on the line was Paul Groom, and he manages to just mug at the death the 151 of Blaine Pearson, who, to be fair, made some good progress, was very, very fast on the tarmac. He's a man whose beard you can watch grow as he stood in front of you. But a great result for those 3 guys and a great race. And we now move on to British Supermoto A. So warm-up lap then for these guys, and it will be reverse grid. So on pole position we will see the number 34 of Ian Bremner. Second place on the grid will be the 100 of Alex Mullaney. Third will be the 108 of Dean Hillier, and a dark horse on the outside of row 1 is the 217 of Richard Sharp. So I'll put the curse of the commentator on Richard in that. I think in the first one when I said I fancied him for getting in amongst the leaders, and he promptly lost the front. And then in the second one, whilst being more than competitive, he lost the clutch. The centre nut backed out on that slipper clutch, and he ended up having to ride pretty much the last half of the race with no clutch. So still manages to hang on to claim 5th place. So he'll start from the front row of the grid, and then next row will be Jay Smith, Richard Blakeman, Jamie Duncan, and in 8th place Chris Hodgson. And then on row 3 there we see Richard Sharp, the Bathmate Husqvarna, 46 years old. Says he's a welder, but he's a steel erector, and turns lots of small things into lots of really big things. and been racing Supermoto for 15 years now. He's my rider of the season, really, because he's certainly of an age where his speed is increasing, or he's getting better all the while.
He's aging like a fine wine.
He is aging like a fine wine. And as we say, aging like a fine wine, we go on to Andy Mitchell, who is, I say, the godfather of Supermoto, and he's been around almost as long as me, but with considerably more success. And as a result, he finds himself in this A final, almost got himself into Superpole earlier on. So while looking by the look on Andy Mitchell's face, the lights are about to change. Away they go. Let's see who gets the run down to the first turn, and it is going to be Alex Mullaney. He's been pretty good. He runs across. Oh, Sharpie goes around the inside of the dust. Old age and treachery. So Sharpie goes around the inside. Look across from Mullaney. Hodgson's in there. Bremner's in there. Duncan's in there. Well, Alex Mullaney's not giving this up, but he's going to have to. Oh, he almost touches the back then of Chris Hodgson. Alex Mullaney is good in these reverse start ones. He gets a gate and he properly hangs it out for the first couple of laps. But Hodgson also already trying to push up the inside of Jamie Duncan, who's also trying to push up the inside of Bremner. Blakeman in there as well. Paul Rhodes on the back of this group, but there's nobody slow in this race. Duncan jumps to the outside of Ian Bremner, and he'll row round the outside of his fellow countryman. Those guys have had some decent races for the Scottish Championship. Duncan down the inside. Is he going to manage to move over on Mullaney? No, he's not. Blakeman has gone through on Bremner, as has Hodgson. Jay Smith in there as well. Bike swap for Jay Smith in this last one. They pulled the other bike out the back of the van as I was down there between races. Harley Sharp then managing to get himself in this A group race, but it is Richard Sharp then that leads. So it'll be a bit of redemption for the 217. Gave him the big build-up at the start, and he's certainly delivering. So it depends on how long Jamie Duncan and Chris Hodgson take to get past Alex Mullaney. But Mullaney is decent, and Sharp. Sharpie crossed the line and had a little bit of a wobble there. But it was his willingness to go down the inside of that.
At the minute, I can't see Chris Hodgson. He's dropped right back to 10th place on our timing screen.
Well spotted, Danielle. Did not notice that.
So we'll keep an eye out, see if we can find out where Chris is. Because that'll really, really shake up this championship if that's the case.
So where did Hodgie go down now? He was definitely there. I think he's gone down in the tight hairpin that I said there was no action at, but less than 5 minutes ago. Because he was definitely in there or thereabouts at the top of the dirt section, and then we cut to the guys coming round. Is where Duncan's going to dive down the inside of Mullaney, or is he? Oh, I don't know. Mullaney's going to have a comeback at him. No, Duncan gives it the send.
I think Jamie's got that one.
So there's Hodgie just managing to find his way past Bremner. He's now in behind the 108 of Goon Squad of Dean Hillier. So I think that Hodgie's just gone down as they come off the dirt section. So we cut to this shot, and that's where we lost Hodgson. So well spotted, Danielle.
It looks like Richard Blakeman's also got past Alex Mullaney there on that dirt section. So for the overall at the minute, this would mean Jamie Duncan would take the overall today if it stays as it is. So Hodgson's got a lot of work to do to get from that mid-pack to catch back up to Jamie Duncan, who's had 2 seconds so far today.
Duncan has a look back at his shoulder, and we'll see his friendly adversary, Richard Blakeman, who put all sorts of pressure on to Chris Hodgson in that previous race, put a fantastic pass on him in this corner. Alex Mullaney just needs to hang on to the back of these guys. He's got about 4 seconds or 3 seconds back to Jay Smith. So Jay's bike swap not really paying dividends at all. Mullaney, as he needs to keep looking forward. He's still a young rider, and again, he's come through our academy classes. This is a 3 second gap, and so at this point
Jamie decided to take that outside line again, but then following Richard into the inside. So
almost a wheelie out of that burn for Duncan. That's how hard he is on the gas. You cannot believe how much grip you get with these slicks when the dirt is clean. So this is where I think we lost Hodgie on a couple of laps ago. Whether there was any contact with anybody, I don't know.
So we'll see where he's managed to make his way up to when they cross the line. I think he'll just have slotted in behind. I'm just trying to see if he's got up to Alex Mullaney yet, so we'll just keep an eye out.
Well, that's a massive gap. So it did look like Hodgie was up to 5th, but he's got 5 seconds to make up on Alex Mullaney and 7 seconds to get up onto the back of Richard Blakeman, as all 3 of our race leaders skirt around the inside of the cement dust. And we look in the background and we'll see Hodgie then in the centre of that corner. Jay Smith coming under pressure from Dean Hillier by the looks of it as well. So the decision to switch bikes then not working, as I always love the way that Blakeman gets off the back of the bike on the start of a straight and then realises halfway up that maybe this is not the most wise thing to do. But he's there or thereabouts, and he'll be wanting to take a race win. We look at Jack Nation coming through, the rest of the field, Ollie Holmes and Paul Rhodes.
Yep, that's our clubman battle happening mid-pack there between Chris Walker, the Tripz UK rider, Oliver Holmes and Jack Nation. So, well, we've also got Paul Rhodes in the mix there as well. But back to these guys at the front, it's Jamie Duncan still all over the back of the 217 of Richard Sharp on his Bathmate Husqvarna.
Sharpie gets out of that corner really, really well. He's got that bike absolutely hooked up. And he's got the off-road prowess, so Duncan's not going to have any advantage on him. Mullaney's still decent. Hodgson starting to get across that gap, but it's still too big. 3 seconds to 3 seconds back to Mullaney, and a further 3 seconds back to Hodgson. So I can't see Chris Hodgson doing anything better than 4th here with 5 laps to go.
Now, we know that Sharpie backs it in absolutely everywhere, but it does make him really difficult to pass on the brakes because he makes himself the same width as a full-size Supermoto bike. So if Jamie's going to have him, I think he's going to try. Yep.
Is he going to run wide? He runs wide. So fairness to Jamie, he's had a go, and Richard's just let him. Sharpie's just let him sail on by. Oh, and another attempt at a power Duncan round the outside. That was quality.
Great move there from Jamie Duncan round the outside. So we've now got Jamie Duncan from Richard Sharp and then Richard Blakeman as they come through this off-road. So for the championship, this is really, really important. We've got our current championship leader in 1st place, whereas Chris Hodgson, who's also played his Joker, having an absolute nightmare in this race, unfortunately. So he's
not as bad as it could have been, and he is catching Mullaney.
Yep, he's right on the back of his teammate now here. So
championship positions then show at the moment that Hodgson's still leading by 7. So maybe the double bubble points is nullifying the disadvantage, but Mullaney then, the teammate, just moving out of the way, and can't really fault that. There's no point. The guy's closed you down 6 seconds, and a bit of a foot wave then from Hodgie. He's not holding up his team leader. You don't need to be racing a guy when you're not in the championship yourself.
This might actually drag Alex along as well.
And exactly that.
Follow Chris.
We've seen this earlier in the year when the Automotive Solutions team they locked out the podium somewhere. Was it Rowler, I think, one of the races? And so Hodgson then starting to just gap away from Mullaney. But this will give the overall victory on the day to Jamie Duncan. We watch the race leaders then. Big send up the steps there from Duncan.
You can
the rest
see
of the guys not getting away, are they?
Just as they were heading up the off-road, Chris Hodgson was making his way into that bottom corner. So that gap has closed up significantly in the last couple of laps.
But it's not closing down enough to put any pressure on this as Richard Sharp comes back at Jamie Duncan. Blakeman's not done either. These boys are all giving it their all. And like I say, a bike problem for Richard Sharp in that last one. And he's recovered well from that. JD has a look over his shoulder again. This is where the Bathmate Husqvarna there in the centre of these two riders, just sliding that bike into the turn. Blakeman then having a run down the outside to see if he can do anything, run right, anything he can just to get a little bit of an advantage. Just lit the rear up a little bit there. You saw him tag the back of Jamie Duncan there earlier on in the year. Oh, hang on, we've got Sharpie's going to come round the inside here. No, not quite enough. And this is the thing, it makes that exit of that bit a little bit more slippy. Unable to get the rear to hook up. Sharpie not wanting to give the inside up. Oh, he follows Jamie Duncan. So I'm thinking that we're going to see Sharpie have a go down the inside of JD. No, he's blown it. He just touched him at the back there. I was going to say at the end of this straight into this hairpin, if you can get close enough down here, where we saw Jamie go the wrong side of those tyres.
Yeah, that incredibly fast section of this infield.
Jay Smith just coming up through the step there. So Jay's having a real mare. As we see Andy Mitchell, Jack Nation having a battle. Chris Walker in there as well. This is how far these front guys have gapped away from the rest of the field. There's Paul Rhodes. Those guys all having great battles down the field, but they're a fair way adrift now.
It looks like we're also missing David Pearce. He's down as he did not start, so not sure if that's a bike issue, but
I don't recall him seeing him finish in the second one, but he had a decent grid position. So maybe a bike problem or whatever. It could be something as daft as you got to catch a ferry. I've known sillier things happen. But anyway, this is the race that we're looking at now. Duncan then just he is a very, very shrewd performer. Championship winner in the past, and hopefully looking to be in the future. As Bremner fires his way down the inside of Peter Bennett, Bennett comes straight back at him. So some real good battles, and Sharpie doing his best to try and get. This is it then, the last lap. It's now or never, and this is where I thought that Richard Sharp would want to try and get close enough to maybe have a look down the inside here, and he was not quite close enough. So all Duncan's got to do now, easy to say, all he needs to do is to get himself through this last long corner. Blakeman has just managed, just drop off a back, so Richard Blakeman then just at the end maybe just got a little bit tired. Richard Sharp will maybe not feel the presence of the 54 quite so close. Really easy to catch your bars on those tyres as well. But Jamie Duncan then will, there's a 5-second gap from Richard Blakeman back to Chris Hodgson, so looks to me like he's not going to, he's not pushing to close that gap.
No, Jamie already the fastest man on track. He just did another fastest lap on that last one, so he's not easing up, even though it's this last lap. He knows that Sharpie's right there. But as he comes through this off-road section for the last time today, he takes that inside line, wheeling out of the berm, heading up this off-road section, covering the inside.
Is there going to be a Hail Mary down the inside? I don't think Richard Sharp is going to want to risk that, especially not with the championship at stake for Jamie Duncan. So here we come then. Duncan takes a look over his shoulder and nods his head. A great win then on the reverse grid for JD. Chris Hodgson comes across the line then in fourth position. So Duncan then from Richard Sharp, from Richard Blakeman. Alex Mullaney comes across the line in a good fifth place. As we go back to the smaller picture there and we see the battle further down the field. There's like a 6-rider battle there as they come on the off-road. We'll see him come down the hill in the background. The next rider across the line in 6th place is going to be an excellent result for Dean Hillier. Jay Smith 7th, Peter Bennett 8th, Bremner 9th, Andy Mitchell in 10th. Then it's Jack Nation, Chris Walker, Oliver Holmes, Harley Sharp and Paul Rhodes. I mean, that's your top 15. And from 9th down to 15th across the line within 6 seconds. So they are having a great race as well. But Jamie Duncan then takes a well-deserved victory in the final race. And the points gap down to 7 then with the live championship, with Blakeman only down by a further 9. So 376 to Hodgson, 369 to Jamie Duncan, and 360 to Richard Blakeman. Richard Sharp on 352 and Dean Hillier on 298. So it's still all to play for with our final round coming up on the I think it's the 16th and 17th of, 24th, 25th of October, I think. Please check the dates. I know we've got a couple of 3 weeks before we're back. We have Mete in the first week of October. And then week after that is the Supermoto Nations. The week after that, the final round of the British Championship. So 21st and 22nd of October, as I just count up on my fingers, or rather my excellent director in my ears. So the final round of the championship will be the 21st and 22nd of October. I'm in a fantastic day's racing here. British Supermoto A Championship. Bathmate sponsoring the meeting, and Sheen Projects then sponsoring our A finals today. But it will be an overall victory then for Jamie Duncan. Great to see Richard Sharp make his way onto the podium after a crash in race 1, a mechanical in race 2, and he's got himself up there in 3rd position. Obviously, I don't think he'll figure in the overall results for the weekend, but a 3rd place in this one, and well deserved as well. Kept Jamie Duncan on his toes for the whole race distance, and as such, the Scotsman really not able to take a breath. Richard Blakeman was there for the whole race as well. And basically just run out of steam a little bit in the closing laps, and I'm pretty sure that that will be what he will tell us. There is the number 54. We'll lift his bike onto the box for the second or third time today. I think it's the second time, because I think he had a bit of a moment. And there is our winner, Jamie Duncan, 2 seconds and a first, and he was adamant that he was going to take a victory today in a bit of a tongue-in-cheek way, but he managed to do it, and also managed to put a couple of guys between himself and Chris Hodgson. So it really is still all to play for. Big thumbs up then from Richard Blakeman. He looks like he's enjoyed that one. And Jamie Duncan. So Danielle should be down there in pit lane. If she's ready to go, we'll hand over to her and she'll get a word with the guys, hand out the plaques, and we will have some words from our top 3 down there on the podium.
So they're all down here trying to work out the overall, do some quick maths. Great ride, Richard. Might stay on really fast.
Yeah.
How was it?
Enjoyed today. Stayed with these 2. Pushed the oil on the track was a bit slippy, but no, the dirt has been fantastic today. Loads of different lines through it. Made some good passes. All round good day. Used my double points, so hopefully they're on the box. On a good day.
Yeah, better day than yesterday. Great riding. So you might stay with these guys the entire race. We're pushing them. You gapped a little bit out on Chris Hodgson, so I think he finished 4th after a little bit of an off. But you pulled away a really nice gap.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I say us 3, we sort of checked out, I think, and all round good day.
Well done.
Thank you.
So we'll go to Richard Sharp. So Richard was leading the race most of it. I think you got the whole shot.
Yeah, good start. Yeah.
Absolutely great start. Jamie just dived down the inside of you, ran wide, so he got you on the dirt, didn't he?
The inside, outside on the dirt. I'd been taking the inside, but then he was going around the outside. He had a better run up to the tabletop than me. I was still turning, so yeah, he got me. Good pass. Fair play.
Yeah, we saw on the tarmac you were all like, you could throw a blanket over all 3 of you. It was great racing.
Back on back of him again, which were good, which I was pleased about, because my first 2 races wasn't the best, so it's nice to have a second to finish off the day. Yeah, happy.
We were saying that with you backing it in style, it can make it hard for other riders to get past you as well, because your bike becomes the whole width of the track. So these guys did a great job of racing with you.
The sweep around there where the oil was from the previous race, that made it very one-liney, so you had to hold a right tight line around there. So everybody had to take that line, which narrowed the track up a bit, but yeah, glad to stop on and finish the weekend off with a good race.
Well, very well done.
Thank you very much.
And then race winner, so he's had 2 seconds and a first, but managed to get past it looks like it's going to be 7 points shy of Chris going into the final round at Three Sisters.
Yep, I had to do it today. I knew I had to beat him today because it'd have too big a gap going into Three Sisters. But 7 points is still a lot, especially for me at Three Sisters. My favourite track.
I'm sure there's going to be some mention of some sort of curse, but there's no curse. You've shown that you can ride, you can beat, you can win. Great riding on the dirt today. We've seen that's part of the tracks, shown some great action, but also on the tarmac you were all really, really close together. We know that oil sort of played a bit of a part. I think that came from the super light earlier, but yeah, great racing.
Yeah, no, I got a good start. I kind of got in front of Chris at the start and went right round him, and then just had to pass Bremner and who else was in there? Somebody else was in there. So once I got past them, it was just catch up Richard and see what I could do with him, and I passed him in the off-road, which I didn't think I would manage to do with Richard, but the same move I'd done on Jay. Bit sketchy, but it worked.
Yeah, no, it was clean moves. We saw you try to do a dive down the inside at the end of the straight and went wide. So we were like, oh, he's definitely trying to get past, but you couldn't find a way through there.
I was quite lucky there because I didn't know if Richard was going to sneak through as well, but he was just far enough back. He would have let me go, wouldn't you, Richard?
Yeah, teammate.
Yeah, sure he would.
Well, that's all for today. So we'll now get ready for the final round at Three Sisters in a few weeks' time. Make sure that you catch up on all the action on the socials. So we've got Instagram and the Facebook page, and make sure to be following TNL Sports on YouTube. And we'll see you there.
Okay, thanks, Danielle. So I'm sure you'll agree, great action then from the 7th round of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championship here at Teesside. We've been doing our rudimentary mathematics, and whilst we've got championship positions up to date, the overall winners then for this weekend, it looks like the overall will be a win for Jamie Duncan. Second place then will be Chris Hodgson, and third is Richard Blakeman, with a picture of his good lady on his next to his start device on the fort leg. So he's setting a precedent there that everybody else is going to have to live up to. But I'm sure you'll agree that the racing this weekend has been absolutely fantastic. We look forward to you joining us on the 21st and 22nd of October for the final round from Three Sisters up there in Ashton in Makerfield. Feel free to come and join us in person. The paddock here at the British Supermoto Championship, one of the most welcoming ones in motorsport, and the more people that we can get in on a race weekend, the better. So I'd like to thank everybody for providing us with a great track to race on this weekend, all of the staff at Teesside Autodromes, the marshals, all of the medics, and everybody else that's made this event possible. My name is Phil G, and alongside me all day has been Daniel Koenig. We hope you enjoyed this presentation of round 7 of the Tripz.UK British Supermoto Championships, and we will see you all soon.